definitely got to say, I think Team Vague is looking quite stacked, as well as Team Washi. I definitely think is looking like a pretty solid lineup. There, I mean, the lineup for Team Space specifically, I think is great. I think they're going to face some problems when it comes to ping. You've got NA players, you've got LATAM players, and you have a European player on the likes of Team Space, that being Marvel coming through, filling in there. And while I think Team Pepe, which is Jesus Can Save You, Just, Pepe, Snipes, and Zai, is also looking pretty solid. I just honestly don't think it stands up to the likes of the lineup that you have Team Vague, right? I mean, you've got Tectonic, Solo, Jez, Little B, and Vague. Now, there is a little bit of a stipulation to that comment. While I think the individual lineup is stronger for Team Vague and Team Washi than we have for Team Space and Team Pepe, we have a very interesting rule that is in play, where each player is going to be running each individual player is going to be running a unique weapon set, right? So you have one player that's going to be coming with ARs, you have one player that's going to be coming with SMGs, one with a sniper, one with an LMG, and assumingly one with a shotgun. Now, I definitely think that spices things up quite a bit. So we'll be on the lookout for that. And for everybody that was waiting in YouTube chat, we do apologize. We did get it fixed as soon as possible for you. Yeah, so we are live now.
All right. Well, once again, we do appreciate everybody joining. $5,000 on the line, getting things started. Oh wait, I thought maybe I was looking at the bracket incorrectly. We'll go back to the bracket real quick. Because you guys didn't get to see that on the YouTube stream. It is going to be Team Washi versus Team Pepe. So, taking a look at those teams once again. So it's not going to be Team Washi versus Team Vague, which I would say I'm more excited to see, because I think Team Washi and Team Vague probably is going to be the better matchup. Going into this one, like I said, definitely got to give the edge to Team Washi. You basically have exclusively players from what is right now the top two teams in North America. So you got 2 Tribe players, you got 3 UD players. There's just a lot of talent. Obviously, on that bottom side, you might have a little bit more team chemistry. So that's the one thing I will say might go the way of Team Pepe. You do have Jesus and Snipes, who have played together a good bit, and Justin Zai, who have also played together. So obviously you don't have the entire upper echelon or cold showers roster, but definitely the potential to make some noise. So I'm curious to see what they can bring, and maybe the fact that it's not the full tribe roster will kind of diminish slightly the ability for Slothy and Bolu to make an impact. I don't anticipate that that's going to be the case, but there is always that possibility that maybe some personalities might not mesh, some people might have some beef. You never know. We'll have to see how it plays out. But as far as the actual maps go, first one is going to be Control on Takeoff. I'm not sure if did we see that at all through all of Stage 3?
For Stage 3, I actually don't think we've seen it at all.
Okay.
I have got to see it in a couple of the other events that I've done, and it is absolutely miserable for the offense. Now, the hard thing to say is I don't even think it's like particularly strong for the defense. Just it's so horrible for the offense. So, I've said it before, and it's something I can definitely stand by again. I think Control is a great addition to the COD mobile competitive scene. I think there's a lot of maps that are exceptional for Control. I don't think we have a ton of them for COD mobile yet. Now, one of the nice things that COD Mobile has going for it that a lot of the console titles don't is COD Mobile can bring in stuff from different games across the spectrum, right? At pretty much any time. Whereas you look at a console, basically what's coded into the game is what's in the game. Maybe you get some DLC maps down the road that have additional access, but largely I think that's a big advantage that COD Mobile has. So in the seasons to come, I definitely expect with control being added to the competitive rotation, I think that we'll see a lot more focus on maps that prioritize a balanced control play. So definitely going to be time to come stuff, but I think it's a bright future for the COD Mobile competitive scene. Sure.
Yeah, I am curious to see how the different weapon category selections are going to change the pace of the game. Because I think typically we do tend to see a lot of SMG play, maybe a couple ARs here and there, depending on the map. But these teams are not going to be able to play nearly as aggressively as they would typically, especially with only one SMG in the equation. You look at the weapon assignments for each of these teams. None of these teams have a shotgun. So you're going to have a lot of slower paced weapons. You got Jesus running a sniper alongside Washi running a sniper. You got Just running an LMG alongside Bolu running an LMG. And then you got Zai running the SKS alongside Blur running the SKS. So I think that's going to change the pace that these teams play, force them to play a little bit more cautious. And it's going to make map control that much more important because those high ground positions, especially on a map like Takeoff, are going to be that much more difficult to maintain. So I'm curious to see. It's definitely going to be a different pace of the game. We had everybody loaded in for Team Washi a second ago, and I guess they're just reloading right now. So we should be good to hop into the matchups pretty soon. Yeah, Bobby, start the game. Oh, my bad, guys. I forgot to press the start button. I'll do that as soon as I possibly can. I'm assuming these roles are assigned for the entire matchup, or maybe even the entire tournament, right? Like not on a game by game basis.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Bobby. This is your event.
I mean, we didn't talk about like the specific game to game, so I'm assuming everybody kind of picked off the. Okay, it's for the entire series that these are picked. So I'm guessing a lot of these players are probably picking based on the map pool that they're seeing ahead of them. Maybe potentially if we get some more close range oriented maps like your summits and your standoffs, we might see the shotguns come into play. But especially with Takeoff being the first map and it being a best of 3, not super surprising that we don't have that in play right now. We do have everybody loaded in, so we should be good to start the action pretty soon once we get all of the players readied up. But once again, for those of you who don't know, Control, basically a combination of S&D and hardpoint Dom, like all the above. You're just trying to capture a point if you're on the offensive side. If you're on the defensive side, you're trying to make sure they don't do that. And you do have a limited amount of lives, so it means you can't just bull rush the hill and hope you make your way in. There is a lot more to do with it tactically, and map control is going to be the number one key, especially with these new roles and forcing every player to run a different weapon category. Hopefully is going to be fun to watch.
I definitely think it should add a bit of diversity to what we see. I mean, largely the meta for the past year has been, I would say, at least 8 of the same gun. Right now, obviously, the CBR is kind of what rules everything. Last update, the MAC-10 was the king. You had the Kilo before that. We had a time where Holger and Shorty was all you saw. So in a matchup like this, it is going to be nice to have someone on AR, someone on SMG, someone on Snipe, someone on LMG. And I think it'll at least be interesting for this set. I mean, do I think that ultimately works well across the board for competitive? No, probably not, because not every map is going to be sniper friendly for Control, right? Not every map is going to be great for an LMG. So I definitely think that should be something at least unique for this event. And I do believe we have operator bans as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we have bans on the Annihilator and on the Purifier. Now, I think the one per player rule, it works really well for operators, because I think there's a lot of really good operators in the COD Mobile scene that in the current rule set, you don't get a lot of diversity, right?
Yeah.
You quite often see the Annihilator and the Purifier banned, which leaves pretty much at this point in time, you've got the Sparrow and the Gravity Vortex, which are going to be like your main two. And every once in a while, you'll see a team sub in, the Annihilator and the Sparrow will be banned. Well, then you've pretty much got 10-man Purifier. Maybe one or two players bring a Gravity Vortex to the table, just because, especially with the recent buff, that third shot helping you break into points where trophy systems used to counter it. They still do to an extent, but that extra shot, you can now burn through a trophy system, have an extra shot. If a tactical takes one shot, then you've got two to set up. So it just gives it a little bit more versatility. It gives it a little bit more consistency. So I definitely would like to see more opportunity for things like the Equalizer to play a strong role, right? Or the Death Machine on a map like Firing Range could be a very, very strong tool in your favor. So I think this should absolutely be a fun event. And I think specifically because we haven't seen a ton of Control across the board, right? Like Control is implemented in our main Mobile Mayhem. Control was implemented in Stage 3, but for half of Stage 3, it was a best of 3. We didn't always get to see Control in the mix. I think this is a good event to catch people up who maybe haven't gotten to see enough of it to fully understand what Control brings to the competitive scene.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of variety today. We're good to hop into the action. We do have the official maps for the series as well. So Takeoff, obviously, going to be Game 1. Game 2 is going to be Crossfire. So with both of those being maps that we're going to see played here, it's no surprise that nobody really picked shotguns. And then if we go to a Game 3, it's going to be Slums, which once again could have some potential as far as shotguns go. But for the most part, you definitely want to orient those picks, especially toward the first two, and definitely understand that the picks that we've got so far, seeing Blur picking up the SKS, not a weapon that he's unfamiliar with at all in the first place. So the fact that we have these restrictions might even benefit a player like him a little bit more, just because he automatically has that role that he can fit into really easily with a weapon that he's pretty used to running on Control.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, a weapon that we probably would have saw him use anyway, right? Especially for a map like Takeoff. This gives him a lot of opportunity to capitalize on some long angles. I don't think it's any shock that we have Washi coming through, sniping for the team. That is really his comfort zone. And while Takeoff is certainly interesting for snipers in Search and Destroy, I do think there's a good ability to capitalize for Control, specifically in an event where you have, a mandatory selection of a different weapon, right? So moving forward, we're going to have to see how the snipers capitalize. We've also got Zai in the mix, and he's running the SKS for the team, and we have Jesus coming through with the sniper. So, and speaking of Jesus with the sniper, nice, clean, crispy shot there. He's looking for maybe a follow-up here, but can't quite get it to lock on. And that's going to be Washi coming through with the shot. And right now, we've got a 2-life advantage for the side of, Team Pepe? I'm pretty sure Pepe was the captain. I should probably write these down.
Yeah, Team Pepe and Team Washi. Did you say this was more of a defensive side of map?
It's not necessarily that the defense has an advantage. It's that the offense has everything really put against it, at least for B. Yeah. Offense, getting the A capture, sure. All day long, that should be open for the offense. They shouldn't find any difficulties there. Getting to B, where you have no cover, you're basically a fish out of water standing in the open, it is incredibly difficult to lock down. There's so many grenade angles. You've got long SKS and sniper angles. It's also very close range oriented, where rounding the corner with a CBR. We realistically shouldn't see the offense win too many rounds on Takeoff specific.
Yeah, right now Just is the only player in position. Team's down on a life, but he's going to be able to find two that evens things up. And right now, if you're Team Pepe, all you want to do is try to force a TDM. Right now, you probably don't want to make the push on in, because you got Washi with the sniper on the backside. You got Blur up top with an SKS, but they're still getting the gunfight win. Slothy finds two. It's 2-2 right now, and this is really a tight game of TDM with only 12 seconds remaining. Team Pepe's got to find their way over toward the point. Sniper in the hands of Jesus. Gonna go big right there. Offense has a chance, but Washi and Bolu pick up the final couple of kills, and the defense just barely sneaks away with it right there. Definitely closer than we expected, and obviously once you get to those rounds 2 and 3 for Control, that's where things start to get a little bit spicier. Once you get the operators unlocked, some players playing for score streaks, you have more of an offense for a team to win on a side where normally it might be a little bit more difficult. So we do see Annihilator coming into play for Jesus right here. Obviously he's going to sit back, is going to miss that sniper shot onto top stadium and forced to back up. We are going to see some progress going in over on the A site for Team Washi right here. No contest quite yet. They see the shots from Zai over on the side, but Washi very happy to just sit here, hold angles while his teammates get that progress, but it's going to be Jesus on the opposite side, taking one down with the sniper in hand before getting traded. Zai trying to find some information, but that Sparrow pretty much going to go completely to waste, and the progress will continue here for Team Washi.
All right, well, a 4-life advantage, and if we do see an offense win, I can almost guarantee you it is flat out going to come down to team deathmatch. There's no shot we see a B cap coming through. Washi does find a nice little quick scope onto Snipes there. Still got a 4-life lead for the side of Team Washi and Team Pepe. You know, they're on the defense here. They've got it coming to them as the A cap comes through. It's now B. And all you got to do is really set up. Again, there is absolutely zero cover on the B site here. It's basically right in the lap of the defensive spawns, and the defense does have angles that they can cover from there. So going to be a difficult push in for the side of Team Washi. Again, I don't think in any way, shape, or form at any point today we see a capture on B for Takeoff. If offense wins, it is exclusively going to be because we're playing team deathmatch. And there's certainly, with the talent that we have in the table, there is opportunity to win the team deathmatch here. I mean, you know, we have Team Washi have been largely slaying out, but Team Pepe, they're bringing it back here now that they're on the defense. And, you know, this is kind of that advantage is they can sit back. They don't have to play time. It's the opponents that have to funnel into them. And that is a big advantage that we do have going on right now.
Yeah, we saw the spawn trap going in right there for Team Pepe. They weren't able to get the hold, and I think especially the drone going out for Team Washi could be huge right here. Jesus is going to be able to find one to slow the push. Beautiful quick scope out of him, and they've got the life advantage once again, but that drone can be such a game changer, especially in a game of Control that's all about playing your life. That's basically, it should be a free 5 kills if you use the drone correctly, so... The fact that they've been able to mitigate that progress so far has been absolutely huge. Just going to be able to find another one onto Envy. Finally, trades come through. Washi going to be able to find a 2-piece, but traded out by Jesus as well, who finds 2. Blur's going to drop 3 life advantage, and with no time to go, there's really nothing to work with right now for Team Pepe.
I mean, B is just an absolute zone of death for the offense here, and unfortunately for the offense, you're the one that's got to push. You're the one that has to get your feet on that hill to extend the time to even have a chance at playing that team deathmatch out. So
look at the operators, though. Team Pepe on offense, but they've got 4 operators ready to go. This could be
4 operators ready to go, but again, we did have drone use last round, so we're not going to have it here, and that could be a big factor as well, revealing the position of the enemies. We do have a couple big kills coming through. I think we had a Sparrow knocked. For Pepe, so that is going to be down 1. Snipes gets taken down as well. Zai, I think, died on his Sparrow, but not with not after taking a shot, so it did not get full reset. It does leave us. Hopefully, Jesus and Just do not pull these Annihilators, because I'm pretty sure it's Annihilator and Purifier banned. And I think an additional rule that I don't remember if we covered. Melee only for secondaries, right, Bobby?
Yes, melee only for secondaries, so it does ensure that these teams really stick to that one weapon role. Definitely unfortunate, and especially with them being the team that has more offensive plays, with 2 players with Annihilators in play, that they're not going to be able to use that. Basically, it means almost 0 chance that we see Team Pepe get the win in this one, because when you've only got 3 of your 5 operators that can be used, that is such a massive disadvantage, and you layer that on top of the fact that you have the weak side whenever it comes to the number of rounds, the offensive side as well. And it's just so many disadvantages. It doesn't even look like they're going to be able to get the push up to A at this point, and definitely a big misplay for them, not paying attention to those operator bans, something that you cannot afford to do, especially in a matchup like this where you got this much talent on Team Washi. You got 3 UD players, you got 2 Tribe players, and they do not get an inch there on the offensive side.
All right, Bobby. Well, this is your event, so I gotta ask, do you know if we can do listen-ins during that?
I think we can. I think that's why
I
we
would
got
imagine
VC.
so.
Yeah. You know, it's my event. I'm gonna say yes. Who do you want to listen with?
Let's go ahead in with Team Pepe. They're on the defense for this round, so I expect they'll have some good positive energy rolling through, some good confidence. But oh my goodness, look at this early. Maybe
this could be
huge.
huge.
Team Washi?
Yeah, I think we hop into Team Washi right here. They're making a big play.
Yeah.
He's AC.
Just stack the point. One's in our spawn. He's snaps in our spawn right now.
There we go, B.
Oh, he's one shot. Ticket.
Snaps in spawn.
He's
P1. He's P1.
Yeah, he's on our spawn. He's on our spawn. Stadium. My bad.
There's lit.
Yo, Sparrow ticket. Sparrow dead.
He's dead, Bolo. Dead.
One of them's trying to spawn trap us.
One ticket.
I'm gonna pop my Sparrow.
Nice.
Did you kill Holger guy?
Yeah. No, I don't think so.
You didn't. You know you did. He's missed steps. I heard him shooting. That's why. He's missed steps.
Generator. Dead. I have John and Pred.
Nice.
I'm about to get blue control.
I'm about to have Goliath.
Save your drone for next round.
One in blue.
AC.
Yep, he's AC. I'm a pre-nade.
You can possibly hop on.
I'm watching last side. Yeah, nade them. I'm watching.
He's pushing.
Top red dead.
One generator.
One of me. One pushing outside blue. He's
Hey, this one guy's
outside blue. He's in your health center.
Medic dead. That was
Hey, just hop on the point. I'll smoke your left side ring.
AC. I mean, ticket.
Bottom red, main door, pushing up.
Bottom right dead. I have Goliath. Bottom right. Two of them pushed out secret.
Well, I was a little bit surprised to hear the call out, save your streaks for next round. This is an incredibly winnable round, especially with A being the easier capture site. I definitely am expecting that we see those streaks come out and they just try to go ahead and end it here, because why even take the risk at this point? Pepe not going to be able to see Washi on the top side, takes a hit marker, and is going to be Zai there with the trade, but a 5 life advantage. A is the only one that you need to capture right now. I feel like this is where this team Washi could really capitalize, but it looks like they might still look to play things safe. We are finally going to see those operators come out, and it looks like they're going to opt to play the TDM. Zai's going to find 2 right there. A little bit of lag spike right here, but definitely incredibly winnable right here for Team Washi.
Yeah, and I kind of wish we would have jumped into the comms just a second sooner, because that off the spawn full B send absolutely took Team Pepe by surprise. And at that point, we had 5 people set up for Team Washi inside of B. And I mean, that was just such a solid, well-coordinated play from honestly a team that, doesn't really play together, right? I mean, we mentioned right at the start, this is an event where teams were drafted, and you're not going to get a full team of Tribe coming through, right? You've got a couple players from Tribe, a couple players from UD, etc., moving down the lineups. But that was one of the most well-executed pushes to B that I have seen so far on Takeoff Control. Now, is that going to work every time? No, that was kind of just all the pieces fell together right for the side of Team Washi. Off the spawn, they got that full side B push, and what was most key is that 4 out of 5 of those players won their gunfight, allowing them to get multiple bodies into the hill and get some angles locked down that made it too difficult for Team Pepe to rotate in. And honestly, maybe that's a strategy that other teams need to look at, is if you're going to want to win on the offense, you need to push for B first. If you get that early break, then A's left, you've got a bigger chance winning there. Again, I don't think that's going to work out every single time. It just, all the pieces fell together right, allowed them to get it early, and they capitalized.
Yeah, that was about as perfectly as they could have played it right there. And especially when you get those streaks early on as well, there's just a lot of wiggle room to work with. So once you get that more difficult side knocked out, it was basically full sail from there, and they could do whatever they want with the rest of that round. So as expected, Team Washi looking like the stronger team in this matchup. Obviously, we do have another map coming at us. It is going to be Crossfire Control, which I know I've definitely not seen, as I don't think Crossfire's in the map pool anymore, right?
I don't think it is, no.
Okay. So this will definitely be an interesting one to watch. And to be honest, if it's not in the map pool, these teams probably haven't practiced it at all either. So this could just be a big free-for-all, but especially the fact that you got multiple people running snipers and marksman rifles on this map, going to be that much more of an advantage on a massively long map like Crossfire.
Yeah, I definitely think there will be more room for the snipers to capitalize on Crossfire as opposed to Takeoff. And again, I don't think Takeoff is actually the worst map for control sniping. And we definitely saw Washi come through with a solid handful of kills. We saw Jesus put up some nice feeds. And overall, just a really solid control on Takeoff. And, you know, I got to say, I mean, I'm kind of shocked that Team Washi, again, came through with the offense win there. And as convincingly as they did, I have to imagine, again, we maybe didn't jump in soon enough to catch the full picture of things. But based on the team that we have there for Team Washi, I got to assume that was probably a Bolu call. He's the IGL for Tribe. And when we do see Bolu sitting out and Slothy coming in, that is obviously no diss to Slothy whatsoever. But the reality is, when Bolu is not there for Tribe, that team does not compete at the same level, right?
Yeah.
Individually, they're all strong players, but the coordination, the strategy, and that leadership is a big thing that Bolu brings to a team. So looks like we might be getting a reset here.
Yep. I'm trying to think, was it, I can't remember if he was sick or something else, but it was like a month ago. I know Tribe had to play without Bolu for a little bit, and I know they lost like multiple events in that time span. So that just goes to show you, like, Tribe very, very loses events, whether it's North America, LATAM, or both. It's just not common for them to lose events. So the fact that you see that big of a gap in how well they perform for when he's there versus when he's not there, definitely a tribute to the impact that he's able to make in things that you don't necessarily see on the scoreboard. I think a lot of what we tend to break down, and especially a lot of what people talk about in chat, is how many kills did he get and what was his KD? But there's definitely way more that these players bring to the table outside of just the ability to shoot a gun.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that front. It's something that without listenings, you don't fully get the grasp of that. But, I mean, again, the team is just not the same when Bolu's not there. Just as much as I would say ARP last year, right? You know, they picked up Jesus Can Save You, and that team absolutely turned around. So definitely some big opportunities for IGLs to come through and have a strong impact on pretty much any roster that we see in the scene right now, because I think overall there is a lot of talent in both, actually all three, the European, the North American, and the Latin American competitive scenes. And I feel like not every team has a really solid directive voice where when you jump into comms, you get that well-respected voice of reason that comes through and really pushes the team to move forward. And looking at the A and B caps here for control, I gotta say, I don't think this is the worst control map, in all honesty. I mean, we hated this map for domination, but this seems very reasonable.
Yeah, I think especially with the amount of cover that you have on both sides, I think it's definitely going to be a little bit tougher. Probably over here on the B side, we get a hit marker out of Washi, just because typically you're going to have first access to the top side if you are on the defense. But the fact that we already see Team Washi getting that big progress onto B is going to be huge. You can see over on the flip side, Blur already pushing up, trying to get some pressure right here, and they got a pretty sizable life advantage already. He's just going to go prone and see if maybe he can get a tick. Bolu's there for reinforcements as well. And he's going to look to hold down the top side, as right now Team Pepe is absolutely scrambling. And the thing is, they're winning in the KDs, but they just haven't been able to find the kills at the right time. And right now it is allowed 4 ticks to go through already. And my, oh my, what a start to this. And just an unexpected start, looking at what the scoreboard is, especially in the life differential.
Well, unfortunately for the side of Team Washi, there's no added benefit to getting ticks in COD Mobile rule set right now, right?
Yeah.
And that's a little unfortunate, because I think that's actually a really big part of, you know, your kind of main series COD line control, right? If you get more ticks than your opponent, then you get the defense for that final round, that overtime round of control. 4 ticks here on control Crossfire, very, very solid. But for that progress, we obviously sacrificed a lot for the side of Team Washi, right? I mean, they are down 22-8 with 9 seconds left. So this is certainly going to be a defensive round win for the side of Pepe. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see, because this is obviously not something that we've seen. Not only is control rare enough in a best-of-3 format, but we also don't have this map in the rotation. So I want to see, getting into the next round, you know, looking at these capture zones, I thought early on, you know, okay, maybe this is actually a really solid, balanced map. The scoreboard is saying otherwise right now. So I think the next couple rounds coming up will be a big tell of, you know, where Crossfire really stands. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, that was. There's some pretty nasty defensive setup spots. So I'm maybe starting to second guess this one a little bit, because now I mean, obviously it was a slow start, and maybe that was just Team Pepe trying to get into position, but once they got those spots locked down, there was absolutely no movement from the side of Team Washi, and it looks like they're already trying to get the spawn trap set up right here. You got Washi on the inside, or rather Slothy on the inside of Deli. He's going to be able to find one, making a 2-piece right there, and the lives are getting absolutely shredded to pieces. Only a 1 life advantage, but if you let Slothy streak up right here, get some streaks, those can start disappearing even faster, and he's actually not going to be able to get one, but does get his Sparrow ready to go. We see 1 tick go through on the A side for Team Pepe, and quite a few streaks to work with as well. Despite those streaks, it is all Team Washi in the feed.
All right, well, we've got a little bit of a lead in lives for the side of Team Washi, but this is certainly not a blowout the way the last round was. So I don't know, maybe control is all right, and Team Pepe just played a really, really solid defense. Obviously, we saw some very coordinated pushes out of the side of Team Washi, and they got really great progress. But again, unfortunately for the rule set that we have right now in COD Mobile, and you know, they mentioned when control came out that there was going to be things that need to be optimized. Maybe that's one of them, right? Maybe the points, the captures for advantage in that 5th round is something that they plan to try to work in. And you know, what was really a close game has all of a sudden just landslided in favor of Team Washi here on the defense. I mean, we were looking at what, just not but 30 seconds ago, a 22-22 or 22-21. It's now 15-3. So I don't know, maybe it's maybe it is just a very defensive heavy map, man. I don't know, that second round started looking so good. It just fell apart so fast.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it definitely has the potential to be one of those maps where you can use score streaks to snowball. We got Team Pepe going back to the defense, so you would assume more than likely you probably see them save the majority. Washi has a big opener right there. Snipes onto Jesus. Not going to be able to catch Zai on the cross. Won't be able to find Snipes up above either, so no major progress going through. Is now Team Pepe finding all the kills. Pred Missile can get big value, but only finds 1 kill. Hunter Killer to work with as well. Drone in the sky to get him a little bit more information, and it looks like they're going to play for streaks once again, so effectively using their streaks to get more streaks. I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see them use them any off the start right there, but with that being said, they do have the final defensive round, so, oh, this is not a fun spawn trap to deal with. Jesus gonna find a few right there as well. And already an 11 life differential for me.
All right, well, this is, I mean, this is just a landslide lead for the side of Team Pepe, and, you know, we're looking at a 22-11 already. definitely starting to think maybe we jumped the gun a bit, even with that really, really strong and coordinated push out of the side of Team Washi in that first round where they got so much progress. They weren't able to capitalize. The kills was an absolute monstrous lead in the side of Team Pepe. And unfortunately for Team Washi, who have a lead in this series right now, going into that 5th round, again, those ticks are not going to net them any sort of advantage. It's going to be Team Pepe on the defense, so thinking this one might tie things up.
Hey, Washi's going on a tear, though. He's going to find 4 in a row. Oh, and very nearly gets away with his life, but gets taken down by Snipes. There's a lot of progress right here. This is extremely winnable. They're going to get A. They've got 2 takes on B as well. They got time to work with. They can't give up a whole lot of lives, but if they find a way to stack the point, it's pretty well covered. I'm a little bit surprised we see Envy this exposed. They're finding kills. They only need a couple more, but Snipes gets taken. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Team Washi won that.
Yep, they got the capture with 1 life left.
Gosh,
1
I couldn't
life
tell.
left.
Woo! That was madness. I couldn't even keep track of what was happening. That's a game changer. They can now win it here, especially being on the defensive side.
I will say, as far as lives go, we've done better on the offense for the side of Team Pepe, but obviously, again, the coordination under what I presume to be the Team IGL Bolu helping these teams come through with a strategy to try to push through in control. You want to do a listening with Team Pepe this time around, see if they can make that coordinated push to make the break, or
yeah,
you think Team Washi just got the defense here?
Yeah, I think they got a chance. We'll hop into the comms.
All right.
Nice, A. Snipes. A.
Alright, hold on.
Yeah, Blur.
Got him, I got him, I got him, I got him.
You guys gotta stop going for kills and get TLBJ, bro. I'm coming over with y'all on A.
No, Sparrow pushing in.
Pepe, I'm coming, baby.
Hey, I got a trophy,
They're just gonna seg bait, they're giving it to us. Sniper mid.
Yo, Blur got me on the hop-up.
Yeah, sniper mid, sniper mid.
Inner spawn, in Delhi, in Delhi. In Delhi.
Yeah, in Delhi. We gotta get, nice.
He's in B bump.
We gotta push up for control. One tap, Pepe. Nice.
Good.
Sniper, bottom green.
Good.
Nice.
Alright, we gotta push up a bit.
Oh, he's weak. He's one top.
Oh, bro, top. Jesus, that was fast.
B bump.
P2.
Come on.
Top medical. Hey, he jumped down, Slothy. He's one.
I got him.
Oh,
Sparrow.
Well, we saw a good push right there out of Team Pepe, but sounding a little bit defeated with only 4 lives remaining. Not much margin for error. They're going to look to see if they can apply that pressure on the left side, save some lives, and get pushed up right here. But you got Slothy with the Sparrow out. He's going to be able to take down 1. Can only give away 3 at this point. Snipe's going to be able to find Envy, and you'd think they'd probably want to play a TDM right here, but they're getting aggressive, and Bolu finding that one should likely seal the deal with now no operators in play. Trying to get that progress pushed on up, but too many high ground angles. Slothy going to find the final kill, and it is going to be Team Washi taking the win 2-0.
All right, well, this may be a factor that we underestimated when we were looking at the teams, or me specifically, because, I got thrown under the bus of what team do you think has a great advantage, Day? I was talking about Team Vague and Team Washi being the top, and obviously Washi came through and proved that here today, but in that head-to-head matchup, there might be a strategic advantage that Team Washi brings to the table. Obviously, again, this is kind of an assumption more than anything, because we didn't really catch the listen in at the right time on Takeoff. We didn't really catch the listen in at the right time for Crossfire either. But I would have to imagine, based on listen-ins in the past, that those strategies were largely executed. Probably, if I had to guess, either either Bolu with a well-calculated strategy or Blur with a let's wing it and do this, and it happened to work. So
Yeah.
hard to say. It seems just wacky enough to possibly be a Blur play, right? But overall, Team Washi, they come through with the this is the best of 3, right?
Yep, best of 3. All the way up to the finals, which will be the best of 5.
All right, so 2-0 victory coming through strong for the side of Team Washi. And, capitalizing strong. Slothy actually having a solid performance here for this Crossfire control. Came through 25 kills deep. And unfortunately, a little bit of a spectator bug here at the end. Doesn't let me see the KD for, I believe that's Washi on the leaderboard. But he did come through with 17 kills of his own. So really solid, balanced performance across the board for the side of Team Washi. And I do got to say, Team Pepe, and specifically Pepe and Zai and Jesus, had a really solid performance here as well. So, they're players that I, hope to see it more out of in the future. But it is going to be Team Washi advancing here. Again, in a clean 2-0 fashion on 2 maps that I would argue to say they should not have had the advantage on.
I would agree with that. Those offensive wins are not easy to come by, so I think that, if anything, just shows how big of a gap there was between these two teams. Obviously, none of the rounds looked like super blowout rounds by any means, but the fact that you do have those wins coming in with such a big disadvantage, those are extremely difficult to come by. So I definitely think this Team Washi has the legs to maybe take it all the way to the championship. We will show the bracket real quick, so as you guys are going to see, this is a double elimination. We will have more opportunity for Team Pepe, as they will face the loser of Team Space versus Team Vague. Breaking down the rosters once again for those of you who didn't get to see them at the beginning. These next 2 are going to be, as far as Team Space, he's got Marvel, Veteran, Robalo, and Titio. For Team Vague, we've got Tectonic, Solo, Jez, and Little B. I will say, Robalo's been one of the more improved players that I think we've seen in the North American competitive scene. He has been, he's been hard carrying for the majority of the games that we've seen for NYSL Mayhem. So that's definitely going to be one of the players to keep an eye out for. I think you got Titio on that team. Titio is a demon with the R9. So if they do get some closer range maps that they're going to play, might see that come out. We do have the weapon selections with Marvel going to be the shotgunner, and actually Solo going to be the shotgunner. So Titio is going to be on the AR, but once again, no surprise seeing Solo pick up the shotgun, especially after the performance that we saw out of him in Stage 3.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with you there, and I think Titio on AR is going to be a strong just standard for the side of Team Space. My biggest concern, again, with Team Space is going to be maybe a little over diversity in players, right? You've got 3 players that are going to be largely playing in North America, and I think Central. Mm-hmm. And then you've got a European player and a LATAM player as well. So I'm wondering, if that's going to be a deciding factor here. Obviously, ping is not something we can actively see here in the game, at least from the spectating side of things. But the reality is, we're going to have, 8 NA players, 1 LATAM, and 1 European player in the lobby. Chances are those 2 players are going to suffer, and they are on the same team. So if Team Space come through with a win here against this incredibly stacked roster of Team Vague, I would be astonished.
Yeah. It's definitely not going to be easy. You got Tech Jez and Vague, who are arguably like the top 3 players in North America right now. You got Little B, who's running a marksman. He's not running a sniper, but obviously you got a little more versatility in a marksman. And then you got Solo, who is obviously just an absolute demon with the shotgun. So especially depending on the map pool that we see coming out right here, could get pretty lopsided pretty quickly. No surprise to see Space on the marksman. That's been his go-to for a while now, and definitely think he can have an impact. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the map picks, because if we do get some of those longer range maps, might give more of an opportunity for Space to dominate. I know he's a lot more comfortable with the SKS than Little B is.
Yeah, I mean, Space, I don't care what anybody says, you know, there's a lot of discussion on the SKS at one point in the competitive scene. And, you know, people very heavily were like, oh, well, no, the gun is just too overpowered. And while I agree, the gun is very strong and could maybe use some balancing, I think it has received at least a little bit that bring it a little bit more in par with some of the other stuff. I think Space is absolutely one of the players that is just a big factor on why people wanted that weapon banned. I mean, we've seen plenty of other players pick it up in the past and just not perform with it, right? Well, Space has been very, very consistent. So I think that's a big advantage that we could have for the side of Team Space. Again, it's just going to be mostly a measure, in my opinion, of can they overcome the obvious ping discrepancy.
All right. Well, we got all of our players loaded in, and this is what I was expecting to see some of the shotguns come into play. It does look like Control on Summit is going to be map number 1. So that is where we saw Solo absolutely terrorize Tribe. We did see him get countered the second time around, Jez pulling out the R9 himself, but Solo definitely knows how to make it work on this map. I definitely anticipate we're going to see him have a big impact. I also think this is going to be really tough for those SKSs to have as big of an impact as some of the other options, especially if we see a decent amount of smokes coming into play. The SKS is going to be pretty much close to useless at long range. So I'm curious to see maybe if there's any playstyle changes that we see Space and Little B making. As far as the overall map pool that we're going into, it is going to be firing range for map 2. So that's definitely going to be a map that they're going to be able to feel a little more comfortable with. And then we actually have Nuketown control, which I have definitely not seen before if we go to a game 3.
I honestly don't think I've ever seen that in any Call of Duty. And
yeah, I definitely haven't.
Yeah, I've played a lot of COD too. Like I've played pretty much every COD title with the exception of, and you know, this isn't a true exception because I did play these CODs. I just did not like really play them, if you know what I mean. You know, anything with a jetpack or an exoskeleton, right? Like those were just too much movement for my small brain to handle. And that is just, you know, the raw truth of it. Chat, I know you guys want to believe that I am young and in great shape, but I am very, very old, okay? We are basically a dinosaur.
Day, you're basically like just turned 18, you know? You're still spry as a spring chicken. Is that the same?
All right, child Bobby. You're what, 26?
I'm 27, thank you very much.
27, okay, all right.
I'm 27, but my chat thinks I look 37.
We're pushing the big 3-0 here, okay? You know, like
yes, sir. We're gonna go crazy for it, right, guys?
Oh God.
Well, we're all ready to go for game number 1 of the matchup. We got all of our players ready up, and we should be good to hop into the action. Nope. Okay. Apparently we're waiting on something, so we're almost good to hop in the action.
We do have our players readied up, so we will be into the game as soon as we can for you guys. Just gonna wait for something to get up. EU players playing this event, I think only the one.
I think it was a last-minute substitution.
Pretty sure it was a last minute, yeah. Yep, so that is not something that you'll see a ton of during this event, guys. Again, last-minute thing, we allowed it just so that all the teams could you know, come through with 5 on short notice. And, you know, I gotta say, if you're gonna have one European player play, it being Marvel, that is, you know, one of the best that Europe has to offer that you could ask to have on your team. So I definitely got to say that at least to a degree balances things out. Again, I think the biggest issue is going to be Team Space has 3 different regions playing on one team. So
it'll definitely be challenging. I think the fact that he's on shotgun is definitely going to help things a little bit as well, because that's one of the weapons where, like, if you miss the first shot, you're pretty much dead anyway. So he's not going to be missing on ping quite as much. Obviously, it is going to be a disadvantage, but one-tap weapons will typically mitigate that disadvantage a little bit more than things like an AR and an SMG. So no surprise, we see Solo pulling out the R9, bada bing, bada boom. Marvel drops right off the start, and no surprise to see Solo already on a tear.
All right, well, Solo definitely been a big player with the shotguns, and I think that's something that was missing from the NA scene for quite a while. I mean, I'm totally on boards with shotguns. There's Marvel. I mean, when's the last time you saw a tomahawk kill in competitive Call of Duty?
I don't think I've ever seen one. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that. That was.
I want to say I saw Main Mike get one.
That would be like minimum year and a half ago, I think, right?
Yeah, I mean it's been a hot minute, so Marvel or Solo rather, at least putting a smile and a little bit of a laugh on our face here, but a 10-kill advantage in the side of Team Vague right now, and this is certainly where I expected Team Vague to cap. Wow, Solo, why you gotta do him like that, bro? That was just rude. Hit him with the YY while sliding, dodging bullets, gets the melee kill. And Solo has just been a menace so far into the top side of this control. Tied for top frag of the team, or of the lobby, with 6 on board. And a very convincing round 1 does come through for the side of Team Vague here. Again, I gotta wonder how much is ping playing a factor on the side of Team Space.
I mean, we've even got... I don't know what Vegas needs to do, but he needs to fix his internet, because I'm watching him lag all over the place right now. He's still at 4-3, so not a bad performance by any means, but Team Space is just getting absolutely torched, like you mentioned. Marvel, not looking great, but really Veteran and Roballo, the 2 bottom frags, and I was hyping up Roballo coming into this one, talking about how much he's improved. Maybe forgot to warm up or something else, but he is absolutely on the struggle bus, and right now on the defensive side, not looking quite as strong, but as I say that, Solo's gonna go ahead and pick up 2. I was about to say there's no way he gets Marvel on that one. He finally finds 2 for himself, and now a little bit of map control coming through right here is Team Space trying to fight back.
Team Space doing everything they can to try to capitalize on this round. Space team captain, team leader, all the way up on 7 kills right now. It's not quite top frag for the lobby, but he's at least tied up with Tectonic. He's ahead of Vague, he's ahead of Little B, but Solo, again, has been an absolute nightmare for the side of Team Space to deal with. Another kill comes through for Solo before it getting taken down, and I gotta say, as far as shotguns go, the capitalization from Team Vague has just been stronger. Oh my god, Jess. Okay, so I get it. You're playing with LMGs. I feel like pulling out the S36, I don't think it's by any means like the worst gun in the game or anything, but it does seem like if you're picking LMGs, there are probably stronger options. No?
I'm going to disagree with you. The S36 has the fastest close range time to kill of any LMG in the game. I think that S36 is the best option.
Okay.
I only say that because I literally just made a video about the most underrated guns in the game, and I think the S36 is one of them because it actually has very fast time to kill, and I am glad that Jez is pulling it out because that now gives my video a little bit more credibility. We'll see if he can pick up a few more. He's sitting on a 5 spree right now, and no surprise to see him tearing it up as he's found a way to do it with just about any weapon he wants to. Nearly finds Roballo on the turn there as well. This one's coming down to the wire, but no lives to work with right now for Team Space, and only 2 seconds to get control of one of those points. They're going to be able to get A, but you got Little B already locking things down over here. Hit, bite.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet.
Oh, they lost a life. They died. Okay, there we go.
Solo,
I was confused for a second, then I remembered we went to life.
Yeah. I mean, so I gotta ask you, obviously, if you did a video on the most underrated guns, is the S36 specifically just a close range LMG, or does it carry the same versatility that we have for something like the Holger or even the RPG?
I definitely consider it more of a close to medium range one. I wouldn't say it's quite as versatile because it has more recoil than either of those two. That's the main reason that most people don't use it, is because, let's be honest, most people in COD Mobile don't have to learn how to control recoil because we got guns like the CBR and the M13 and the Kilo that don't have any type of horizontal recoil. So you just drag down and your bullets land. But especially as far as skill gap goes, I think there is a lot to be gained for the S36, and I think especially if you're holding tight angles on the inside of a place like Summit, but you don't want to have the risk of running something like an SKS, I think the S36 is a great option.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, that's always a strong additional talent that you bring to the casting desk, Bobby, that we certainly appreciate, is just how deep your knowledge and experience goes with the game. So huge thumbs up to you there. And right now it's a 2-round advantage for the side of Team Vague, and I think for the first time they actually find themselves cornered a little bit here, right? They've got no progress on A or B. They've got a 7-life deficit. Marvel finally starting to get things going with the R90, and time dwindling away. This is at least looking right now like the first opportunity for Team Space to capitalize. But it's a defensive round. They're going to be going on to the offense for next. And while I think this is one of the more balanced, or well, rather, the more opportune maps for an offense victory, it does quite often come down to team deathmatch as opposed to captures, and that can be a little bit difficult to deal with.
Well, right now they're sitting at 0 seconds, but the round has still not ended, so it's still winnable. They're going to stack the point right here, and Vague's going to be able to find 2, sitting on a 4 spree. Might be able to stack some streaks and might be able to pull off a miracle right here if they can go absolutely crazy. They're getting hard pushed right now, and they don't get the final tick. Oh, they were milliseconds away, but a huge push coming out of Team Space. Going to go ahead and end the round early.
Well, whether the time came through for them or not there, they only had 2 lives remaining, and both players on the point died. So either way, that was round over there. And again, that's the first sign of life that we've got from the side of Team Space. That has been the closest round that we've had for them so far. And they've got to make a capitalization here on the offense now. And it's not going to be easy. Again, we have like Slayer's Paradise on the side of Team Vague, between Vague, Little B, Solo, Jez, and Tectonic. I mean, Tech is +7 right now. I mean, he is just doing absolute wonders for the side of Team Vague, and you know, we know what a talent he is to bring to any team, right? I mean, Tech is just one of those players that, you know, even against all odds, does his best to stay incredibly positive, and that's one of the biggest things that I've mentioned for teams over the past couple weeks of play, is I would rather see a team lose and stay positive and motivate each other towards that next round than to win and be frustrated with each other along the way, right? So definitely a great pickup for the side of Team Vague. And right now, we have essentially no progress on the points, but we do at least have a player life advantage for the side of Team Space, and make it 3 now. They do start popping off a little bit. Rabala picking up an extra one on Tech, and Little B actually looking like a reasonably doable round, but we have to get this time extension. Otherwise, it's going to run out from underneath them.
Yeah, right now you got Veteran trying to lock down some time, and teammates above obviously going to slow down the push. You got Space with that SKS. Jez going to go ahead and push, and more than likely Veteran going to be taken down. That ends up being the case. And they still don't have that extra minute added from capturing that zone. They got to make a push toward one of these sites. Tatio around in the corner, not going to be able to find anything, and they're going to call in a drone right here. This, I guess, is absolutely a must-have, because you got to find a way to win the round. There's not a whole lot of lives left, so you can find a way to play TDM, get those last 4 kills. There's nothing to worry about. They're getting the progress onto A2. It seems like everything's in the right place for Team Space to be able to take back-to-back rounds, and this matchup's starting to look a lot closer. Veteran on the top side, gonna be able to find a 2-piece, and now obviously you invested a lot to make sure you win the round, but it kind of feels like a toss-up right now with 2 rounds in a row going the other way.
And I gotta say, that last round for the side of Team Space did not even look like the same team that played in the first 3, right? Their strategy came through well. They held each other's angles down. They got refrags every time necessary. But importantly, again, they held strong angles that often netted them 2 or 3 kill streaks. And they end up winning the round with a 12 kill advantage. We now have a drone coming through for Rabalo, which could be an absolutely
all right. He must have been listening to the stream because he was at 2-7 and now he's 27-20. Oh my gosh, he definitely bounced back big time. Tio trying to stay alive on top of the hard point. Jez comes flying through, S36 in hand. Veteran there to trade with the Holger, but Tectonic from the top side going to be able to take him down. 22-21 right now, and it still feels like it's anybody's game.
Yeah, it absolutely does. We're tied up. Round 5, standoff. Summit again is a map that I think really is doable to win on offense. And obviously, we've seen that multiple times this game already. So, very, very doable. Defense is not going to be an advantage in this case. And player lives are so close that it's hard to call. I mean, we're only looking at a 1 life advantage, make it 2 for the side of Team Vague. The A capture does come through. That's going to extend our time. I think we just barely didn't get that first tick onto B. That's a little bit rough for the offense push here. But again, the lives are still so close that this one could go either way in this best of 3.
That's a huge kill for Little B. He's able to take down 1, keep himself alive on the point. Nearly gets that first tick on B, but still not able to make it happen. And right now looking like it could very well come down to a TDM with a 3 life advantage. There's not much of a reason that you would want to push this if you are Team Vague, but they're still trying to make their way over toward it anyway. Marvel on the inside trying to regen, Purifier in hand, and would have been huge for Team Vague if they'd been able to take him down. He's looking for somebody to hop down from the top side, but he's actually able to take down a Purifier from the other team. It's a 1-for-1 and only 1 life separating the 2. Little B's gonna find 1. Space immediately trades out, and this is coming down to the wire once again. Constantly pushing over toward that site when you don't really need to. That life advantage has completely evaporated, and now they're scrambling, but Jez is gonna be able to find 1. Solo finds another life advantage right here, and
Rabalo's got a Purifier in the enemy spawn.
Oh, Rabalo.
Where's he? Why is he coming back? It's a 1-to-1.
Oh, Team Space gets the win. 3 rounds in a row go through, and they come back. The reverse sweep into game 1 to control.
That was absolutely incredible. And like I said from the start, if Team Space come through and find a way to pick up this win, I would be absolutely astonished. And sure enough, somehow after going down 2-0 against Team Vague, seemingly getting slayed out at every instance, they managed to come through and pull off the reverse sweep 3 rounds in a row. Coming down to the wire, round 5, 1 life to 1 life, into Tio is able to drop that final kill. Rabalo started off a little bit slow, ended up coming through top fragging for the lobby. 33 kills deep for him, 26 for Space and Marvel, 23 for Tio, and 21 for Veteran. So really, really well executed couple rounds for the side of Team Space there.
Yeah, Rabalo definitely must have been listening to the stream or something, because he completely flipped 180. Went absolutely crazy right there, and yeah, big time carry to go +8, especially with the start that he had. To be fair, he was running an SMG, so I think he had life easier than a lot of other people, but you also got to give big credit to Marvel. Even all the way from EU going 26 and 27 with a shotgun. That is no easy task, and he definitely contributed big time. Looking at the other side, obviously, Little B with the SKS. You expect the SKS not to be quite as useful, and as we expected, Space a lot more comfortable with that weapon. He was able to have a bigger impact.
Have a similar style to Hardpoint where you have time. And then also COD Mobile, please, for the love of God, bring back my deaths on the search and destroy score.
For real, we still don't have deaths back.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Very, very minor complaint. Overall, the game play was super, super solid there. Still plenty to break down here at the end. Obviously, again, very, very back and forth as far as the player lives go. But towards the end, it was Team Space that capitalized in a big way in those 3 rounds. They come through with the first victory in this best of 3. And Bobby, what map is that going to send us into next?
That will send us into firing range, so definitely life's going to be a lot more difficult for those shotgunners, and it's going to be a lot easier for the SKSs.
Did anybody else hear Robot Bobby?
Oh, maybe.
Oh, you sound fine now.
Okay.
Maybe it was me for a second. It could have been me. The admins will probably let me know. Okay, so admins confirmed. So
Oh.
Bobby, you may have lagged a little bit there.
Oh, might be my
but you're
internet.
back. You're back.
Okay, hopefully I'm not dropping frames. Oh, stream disconnected. Well, that's nice.
Well, chat seems to understand.
It is
Hashtag
thundering
Bobby Wi-Fi.
outside, so that might be what happened. Don't know, but we're back.
All right, we are back, chat. We are sorry about the disconnect there. Hopefully, it wasn't too interrupting. We were between games, so obviously, at least it is not a huge disadvantage. But you know, now here we are, getting on into the action. It's a control on firing range. This is something that we have seen plenty of in the competitive scene as of late. So all the players should be fully comfortable with this one. It's not going to be a really weird crossfire control or anything off meta like that. So we should see essentially the best of both these teams coming through for this matchup.
Yep, I see a lot of progress going through on A. Offense, definitely a dangerous spot on this map as well as Summit just because of the spawn trap possibility, but you do see the offensive team already taking that A control. The tougher thing gonna be to try to make their way on over to B. Space playing as passive as he possibly can, hoping somebody makes that rotation to top wood. But for right now, Team Vague pretty happy to sit back and wait for them to make a push. You got Solo down on the bottom side. Gonna give a little bit of information away, him hopping on the point right here, but with a shotgun, only thing that really matters is what you're able to do in the close range. So he's gonna see if maybe he can find an opener right now. Pretty big life disadvantage for them and some time to work with for Team Space right now. Solo's gonna be able to find the opener, and if he can stay alive right here, he can make life miserable for Team Space.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. And with a 4 life advantage right now for the side of Team Space, they're in a pretty decent spot. This is a map that you can win on the push. You can also just play it out for TDM depending on just how the game's going for you, right? So we'll see where they decide to try to capitalize. Right now, it's down to an only 2 life lead and make it 3, but Jez does come through. S36 in hand still, definitely capitalizing on some of these close range advantages. And now it's still not a foot onto the B site here, and time is starting to dwindle. I don't necessarily know that time is going to be a factor, but it certainly is getting close. Lives are getting ripped away from the side of Team Vague right now. And this is interesting with the fiery start that they had. On paper, this was the kind of powerhouse team we were expecting. And, you know, not only do they lose 3 in a row, we get into another map and they drop 4 in a row as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the scoreboard, seeing Jez at 4 and 7, not something that we expect, especially for a map like this where you've got LMGs, where typically those are going to have a bigger impact than on a smaller map like Summit. So I'm interested to see Jez still rocking the S36. I feel like the S36 is a really good option as far as Summit if you're forced to run an LMG. Whenever it comes to firing range, I think the Holger probably could have a little bit more utility, so I'm curious if maybe we see him make that switch. That recoil that you're going to feel, especially at the longer range, is going to be a lot more difficult to control. So we do see no progress on either site right now, and Team Vague really scrambling, trying to find something. The kill not going to go through for Solo there either, and Tectonic doing everything he can to try to build some streaks right here. He's sitting on 4, and with tower control, he's got an opportunity to do it, especially if he can find Rabalo on the bottom side. But Tio is going to be there. He finds the trade, and the streaks will end.
All right, well, I still do got to wonder a little bit with it being Jez, how much of this is the S-36 is just a strong weapon, and how much of it is that, you know, Jez is just here to flex a little bit. I mean, it definitely seems like a very Jez thing to do, I guess is the way to put it. You know, it's something that we see. I would say we see it more in Europe than we do in NA. Nova specifically are a group that, while they are obviously a strong team in their own right, we do see them bring things to the table like the. I think we saw the Cordite on Thursday, and that is certainly not something that has been in the meta for a long time. So I'm unsure. Maybe we'll get an opportunity to hop into a listen-in for our next round, and maybe we'll hear. Maybe he's laughing about it. Maybe he's full-on serious. I don't know.
All right, now it looks like it's probably going to come down to a TDM again. Solo pushing up, or actually Marvel, correction. Going to be able to find two. Does not see Tectonic over the side. Now 5-5 is both of these teams forced to play passive. Not sure I love that spot Tectonic was in. Extremely exposed. Didn't really have a whole lot of information. He gets taken down, and now they're on the brink of going down 2-0 as they find themselves at a life disadvantage right here. They've got to kind of sit back and hope that they can get team space to push up, but they don't really have any reason to right now. Life advantage, and they also are on the defensive side, so they don't have to get anything captured. They can basically just go ahead and sit back and hope that you find team Vague making a mistake. One player gonna drop, and they've only got one more. Little B taken down by space, and the team that looked like they were gonna struggle, I thought for sure they were gonna get smoked. Team Space coming back strong, and now they're on the brink of a 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and I mean, I was kind of shocked enough that they came through with the reverse sweep on the summit, and now here they are absolutely making a statement here. And this is what I'm talking about sometimes for these kind of off meta or just not normal events, right? Sometimes the team that on paper looks like one of the strongest may not be the one to excel, and I definitely got to say, this is largely not just raw fragging power that has been winning things for the side of Team Space, but they have excellently capitalized when it came to the strategy. Again, they were down 2-0, getting absolutely fried in the summit, and they brought things back in a big way. And now, you know, not only did they win the summit, they're looking to try to close things out in 3-0 fashion here on firing range control. And you know, Solo, maybe the tomahawk ain't it, bud. Maybe it's time to not use the tomahawk.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised I mean, it seems like he's pretty much hard committed that he's going to stick with it all the way through.
Okay,
but
I get that, but hear me out. This is not a $500 event.
Yeah.
This is a $5,000 event.
Oh, I agree. I don't think it's the right move. I'm just thinking he's probably just like, he probably doesn't even remember to change it out. Right now, it doesn't seem to matter. They're getting a spawn trap set up on Team Space right now. Is it looks like they've turned things up a gear right here. Tectonic's going to be able to find his 4th in a row, and no control over on A, on top of the fact that they're at a 12 life disadvantage. And maybe this map not going to be quite as easy as things seemed for Team Space. Here's Vague hopping down, but not able to get the final info for the kill. And right now, they do get that control over on the A side, but B has been pretty much uncapturable from most of the things that we've seen so far. Jez from the top side, switching on over the RPD. I think another decent option for a map like firing range, and definitely finding more utility out of it right there as the KD starting to even out. And along with it, we've seen at least one round going. I don't think even a miracle could save Team Space, at least in this round.
Not in this round. So finally, after getting 5-0 basically reverse swept, we do get a round on board for the side of Team Vague. Now the real question is, can they pull off the reverse sweep of themselves? They went down 2 in the firing range. If we see them find 2 more of their own, then we could find ourselves in a game 3, which again, guys, would be another control. So at least something to kind of keep in mind as we continue rolling through the action here. Tomahawk still just rolling for Solo. I gotta say, one thing that I I do wish we had for COD Mobile that we have in our other COD titles is that ability to actually switch your classes or adjust your classes mid-game. So I don't know. Maybe that's something we'll see in the future, but we ain't gonna see it today.
Well, Team Space has bounced back strong. They got the 5 life advantage going their way now, and especially on the defensive side, that's typically been the stronger side. Obviously, they've gotten the win on offense, but it was definitely not easy by any means. We see them maintaining that lead, and right now, time's the biggest factor. If you are Team Vig, you're getting dropped down on the backside of trailer right here in only 25 seconds for you to get pushed in on one of these sites. You got 2 players locking things down on the inside of trailer. They're going to make the push down to the B side. It's going to be Tectonic, but he's going to get taken down. Another player pushing, taken down as well. Little B pushing through the backside, seeing if he can apply some pressure. He's got 3 players to deal with, but a Purifier to do so. He's able to find 1, able to find 2. Marvel barely alive, doesn't turn around. Where's the communication right there? Raballo's going to be able to come through, and that might be what saves the game right there. I don't think they're going to be able to make it happen. Marvel pulling 1 out. Such a big life disadvantage and only 3 seconds of margin. I just don't know if it's going to be workable. Space through the wall nearly finds Vague right there. 8 life advantage, no players on the point, and that's going to be Team Space with the 2-0 victory in this one. Whew. That was definitely a tight one. I'm surprised, and maybe that just goes to show that the impact that a good IGL can make as well, because there's so much slaying power on that one team. It was incredibly consistent across the board. Raballo was definitely listening when I said that he was not living up to his expectations, because he popped off in that one as well. 1.5 KD. Everybody negative with the exception of Tectonic on the opposite side. They could not get a foothold. The LMGs definitely not fitting Jez's play style. He wasn't able to have a super big impact, and that's going to send Team Vague down to loser's bracket.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I'll go ahead and take the L here, chat. If you would have asked me who I thought was going to win this matchup, I probably would have went with Vague. Well, I certainly would have went with Team Vague.
Yeah.
And I would have said probably in 2-0 fashion, maybe 2-1. That is not at all what we got. I mean, it started off looking hot for Team Vague, and that all fell apart very, very quickly. And big capitalization out of Team Space. Again, I really hate that we missed the opportunity to grab a listen in with them there, because I certainly want to jump in and be able to hear the excitement in those comms, and get an idea of exactly who the IGL was, who was coming through with that most vocal performance. I have to imagine to a fair bit it was probably a degree Space as like the voice of reason, and Raballo is absolutely that voice of energy, right? Like Raballo is, anytime you've got him in a VC, he is one of the most vocal players in all of COD Mobile. And 9 times out of 10, even if they're down, it is usually some sort of hype, right? It's, we've got this, we need to, clean this up and we can bring it back. So definitely got to be some solid comms over there. We'll definitely look to get a listen in with them later, because I would have absolutely leaned on. And again, the weird ping that we have to be getting on the side of Team Space with a LATAM and a European player as well. Like, that is just a nutty performance for them to come through with.
Yep. Coming up, we are going to have the losers bracket matchup. So Team Vague is going to be playing again, this time up against Team Pepe. I mean, once again, in this matchup, I would probably give Team Vague the advantage, just looking at the talent that they've got on their side. The map picks could play a role, but we had pretty diverse map options going from Summit to Firing Range. Like, those are 2 that play very, very differently, very different weapon strengths, and they weren't really able to get anything going on either of them. So I'm curious. If I had to guess, probably see some different weapon selection. Maybe take Jez off the LMG. If you get some longer range maps, maybe you go sniper marksman as opposed to marksman shotgun. Typically, those are going to be like the 3 categories that could potentially be interchanged. Not sure what direction you would go with that. I think you could potentially put the sniper in the hands of Jez because that is a role that he's really familiar with, and then keep Lodeby with the marksman. But I think a lot of it is going to come down to the map picks that we see, but curious to see how these two teams match up against each other because it's very clear that it's come down to more than just the raw talent on each team.
Do we have ability to take a quick 5-minute break between winner's bracket and loser's bracket?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, fantastic.
Okay, chat. I'm just going to keep entertaining you guys because I don't have an intermission screen. So we'll just have Dave's face covered up right there. Thank you guys for joining. Just a reminder, $5,000 tournament. Whenever I was planning this, I will admit, I totally did not realize that I was scheduling it to be at the same time as the CDL matches. So obviously we got to check and see if NYSL is doing good. It is Optic Texas versus Boston Breach. Oh, I'll be done in time to watch the NYSL matches. They're going up against Mutineers in the winners semifinals. Obviously Ultra versus Thieves in the loser semifinals. So it'll be fun to watch. I do appreciate everybody coming out though. We're working on getting our players loaded in, and we should be hopping back into the action pretty soon. I should have our weapon assignments and our bans as well. So we'll go ahead and try to get those set forward, and then we'll be good to go. For those of you who are not aware, Control is the new substitution for Domination in COD Mobile Competitive. Domination is gone. We're done with it. We don't want anything to do with it. I'm just kidding. We don't hate Domination, but it's gone nonetheless. Control is taking its place. Basically, it's tough to describe, but it is somewhat a combination of S&D and Dom in that you are trying to capture a point. There are 2 points that you have to capture. It takes a lot longer to capture it than it does in Domination. If you're on the offensive side, you're trying to capture those points, and once you do get 1 point captured, it adds 1 minute to the clock. There are a total of 2 sites that you have to capture. If you're on the offensive side and you get both, you win. There is also a life factor. So you got to take into account the fact that you have a limited amount of lives available. It is 30. Somebody expose the room code. I might have to make a new room. Admins, just FYI. Unless we just want to speed kick people out. Yep. It's, let's see. Who's streaming? Jez is streaming, and Pepe is streaming, so one of them definitely expose the room code. They're getting a bunch of randoms in here. Yes, the pricing is $2,500 for first, $1,500 for second, $700 for third, and $300 for fourth. Correction. We get Justin. Now we just have to keep spam kicking until we get the final player for Team Vague. And people are asking why are you saying Team Space and Team Vague? It's because they're Team Space and Team Vague. These are not official competitive rosters. It's not Tribe, NYSL, Cold Shower, yada yada yada. It is slightly varied teams. Most of the teams have multiple players from one specific roster, but not anything 100% one-sided. So Dom is done. Dom is gone. Bye bye, Dom. Control definitely, I'm glad to see the change. I think Control is more strategic. I do think that there are some changes that need to be made as far as spawns go, but overall, I think Control is going to grow on people a lot. So, when is the Underrated Guns video coming? It will be here sometime next week. I don't know. I'm going out of town. I will be in Cancun with Molly for a week. We're going on our baby moon before she has the baby because she's pregnant.
Alrighty, hello.
All right. I think somebody leaked the room code, so we're just waiting for the last person to be ready so that we can kick this person out. There we go. There we go.
There we go.
Everybody in.
was kind of confused. I came back. I was like, huh, who's that? Makes sense now.
Yeah. I think we're good to go. It looks like firing range control, but that might be left over from last one. And since we don't have the map picks and bans yet, we might have to wait for a second. There we go. Hacienda for game number 1, Standoff for game 2, and Raid for game 3. So all competitive maps. I am a fan.
All right. Well, I think Hacienda Control is at least a solid control map. I know there's a lot of if, ands, or buts about it for the likes of Hardpoint, but I definitely think we should have a pretty solid event here with the Team Vague. They have got to step things up here because, again, I don't think anybody would have predicted them to drop to Team Space, and well, Team Space did it convincingly in 2-0 fashion with some really, really solid comeback rounds. Again, the 3-round reverse sweep coming through on the summit was absolutely phenomenal. I'm glad we got to watch that. And we are just waiting on a couple players to get readied up, guys, and we'll get you into the action here as soon as we can.
Yep. As far as... oh, here we go. We do have our weapon assignments. Jez is going to make a switch, so hopping over to the shotgun. LMG's not quite his pace. Solo taking on the LMG. I feel like I could see that working. Vague gonna go sub, take AR, and Little B will be on the marksman once again. For Team Pepe, we will not have any shotguns in play. It's gonna be Pepe on the SMG per usual, Jesus on the sniper. Snipes with an AR, Zai with the SKS, and just with the LMG. I believe that is all the same roles that we saw for them last time. So obviously, pretty significant changes for Team Vague. We'll see if they pay off as we get ready to hop into the next one, and especially with the map picks that we have, a little bit more variation. I think especially when you get to the standoff, having Jez with a shotgun in hand could be a really big advantage.
Yeah, I certainly got to agree with you there, Bobby. And again, we are just waiting on a couple players to get readied up. We'll get into the action. I certainly think that having Jez on, I mean, essentially anything except for the LMG role is going to be benefit because he's been one of the most consistent players that North America has had to offer this season. So I think basically if you're Team Vague, you've got to let Jez have free roam of something that's going to allow him to capitalize where the enemies make mistakes. So I think this is really smart.
Yeah, I think it could be a little bit challenging on Hacienda, especially because there's just not a lot of... I guess if you can make it to the top of the opposite side of the building, you might be able to cause some issues, but there's not a lot of great shotgun angles unless you're just like proning behind a corner. So I'm curious to see his impact on this one. I'm anticipating probably a lot of smokes in play.
Probably a lot of smokes, but I think something that we have to consider in an event like this with the rule set that we have is the shotgun may not be like the best option for this map, but you're essentially locking in your weapon selection for all of the maps to come. So
we actually do have Jesus switching to the shotgun as well.
Jesus shotgunning.
I did not expect to see that one. I guess there's not really anybody else on the team that would shotgun, but switching away from the sniper. I wonder if
it's more Zai wanting to get on the sniper. Is Zai sniping?
No, we don't have anything about Zai. I think he's switching he's sticking with the SKS, so.
Okay.
Could be, and I guess like if you look at the overall map pool, we do have more big maps than small maps, so maybe the fact I don't really know. It's tough to say, but I'm definitely interested to watch Jesus off the start to see. No surprise, he pulls out the shotgun. That's pretty much going to be the only shotgun that we're going to see through the duration of the competition, if I had to guess. And it looks like
might pull the buy 15.
Potentially. Let's see.
If he does, it'll probably be BM more than anything else, but...
Yeah, he is running the R9 off the start, so that was definitely expected, and it looks like they're just gonna have Jesus in the mid section right here, trying to lock down those tighter angles, and especially on the flank right here, could make some big plays. It's gonna be tough to take down Vague right there, and pretty good trigger discipline to just go ahead and back things up. They're gonna get an insta cap here on B. Or at least it looks like Tectonic's going to be there to contest for the time being. Snipes looks like all alone. They're going to be able to take it back down. So full progress does not go through, but still even on life advantage.
All right, well, this is certainly going to be an interesting matchup. Again, we're going to be definitely looking the likes of Jez and Jesus Can Save You to see the angles that get played on Hacienda with the shotgun, because you're right, there are very, very limited close range opportunities, shy of playing some of the inner doorwell angles. So we'll be on the lookout for that. I don't think Jesus saw the player coming behind him, but definitely heard Tectonic sprinting up those stairs and is able to take him down. No, I wanted to double check. Everybody running Dead Silence? I would imagine so in Control, right?
Yeah, I would be very surprised.
Yes.
We do actually have Solo on the RPD right here. So once again, for a big map like Hacienda, not too surprising to see that. He's sitting on a 5 spree right now. He's been able to play pretty passive so far and pretty close to building some more streaks right here. So more than likely, just going to play this backside head glitch, trying to find information coming up from the stairs, but not able to get anybody right there. Zai's going to peek across that left side, and this could be another free kill if he plays it correctly. Right now, Team Pepe just trying to make their way up toward that A site, but no real type of map control. You hear the shots from behind. I think that's a shotgun.
Oh, Solo.
My gosh. Absolutely turns on to Jesus right there. Now he's got full streaks and able to push up for the spawn trap. They should be able to lock down the rest of these kills, especially with a 14 life advantage. My gosh, what a round for Team Vague.
How long ago did the advanced cooling barrel come out on the RPD?
I believe that was 2 seasons ago, so it should be accessible.
Interesting. Do you...
I think it's the best option for the RPD. I don't know if there's any...
We're not using it. We're not using it on solo.
Yeah. I saw that he's still running the 100 round. I mean, there's some downside, but I feel like the upside is definitely worth it. That being said, like 100 rounds as a base mag is definitely not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. There might be another attachment. Yeah. You can really go either way. I would personally be running it, but I'm sure he has his reasons. He might just not even have it unlocked, to be honest.
You know, that is true. That is true. And you know, at the end of the day, I think you have to consider the fact that he's a pro player, so weighing out certain options, maybe something just a little bit more fine-tuned than maybe we think about from the viewing standpoint. So that's at least something to consider, but right now, we've got the 1 round advantage for the side of Team Vague. They absolutely dominated in the slaying department last round, and this is an interesting call. We're down 9 kills on the side of... Oh, not anymore, I guess. We're still down 6 on the side of Team Vague, and we had the drone popped by Solo on the offense. Might be a little bit of an interesting play here, in my opinion, but we'll have to see where they capitalize. Snipes. Death Machine, not something we see very much of.
That was a really funny usage. It was honestly bigger value than you would probably think at just looking at like what he got out of it kill-wise. But he kept them bottlenecked at that entry point for probably a solid 10 to 15 seconds right there, just because the intimidation factor of that sound alone gonna keep them pushed back. So it's pretty close right here. Looks like Team Vague gonna be able to get B control. You got Jesus on the flank with the Sparrow, but pretty much completely unloads it, and I think he only got 1 kill out of it, and they're gonna come over top at it just. So they don't get that full control, but now Tectonic pushed up into the A site, and the offense definitely looking winnable right here. They're gonna look to sack the point. You got Jez here as well, and that progress is gonna start moving fast. Just looking for information right there, but Tectonic takes him down. I forgot we got brand new sounds for both the Kilo and the M13, so that's going to sound a little bit different, and they pretty much get B for free right here. The contest not going to go through in time for Team Pepe, and even with 2 kills going in, it's now extremely risky as one more tick is needed and only a 1 life advantage, and that's going the way of Team Vague.
All right, well, Team Vague, they aren't looking super hot for this round, but it is still very close, right? It's only a 2-kill advantage, and even that could dwindle away with a single gunfight. It's now a 4 versus 5. Team Vague looking to come through with a performance here. They're keeping it within 1 life. Jez and Jesus, the shotgunners, both able to pick up a kill there for the trade, but things just looking really, really doable for Team Jesus to tie things up, but it's getting to be so close. Vague with a key double kill. Jez finds Snipes, and just like that, we have the 1-player life advantage in favor of Team Vague. Can they find the last kill? Solo is pushing on up. Oh, the Sparrow shot doesn't land!
Oh my gosh! Oh, it's got to come down to the shotguns. We got a potential Jez versus Jesus shotgun battle. Oh, it's going to be Solo. Finds the RPD kill onto just barely. Once again, Team Vague comes away with the win. And they now have 4 operators, make it 3 operators ready to go. No, make it 2 operators. They really got to fix that thing up at the top where it doesn't show the actual amount of operators that are ready. But still, 2 operators ready to go and moving back to the defensive side. You got to think very good chance they get a strong start here and maybe take things out to a 1-0 lead.
Well, definitely looking super solid for the side of Team Vague, but I mean, let's keep in mind they did have a 2-round advantage in their last matchup against Team Space, and they got reverse swept. So we'll have to see, you know, maybe they are looking to get a little bit of vengeance here, looking to get a little bit of that that added fire in the belly, so to speak, at least. And well, 5-life lead right now. They're in a pretty decent spot moving forward.
Right now, Jez gonna pick up another with the Sparrow. He's got 2 streaks to work with. Taking a look at Pepe, he's got some to work with as well. That Fred's gonna be able to find 1. Pepe still with a hunter killer and a drone to work with, and he's gonna go ahead and call in that drone. Things looking pretty dire right now for Team Pepe as they have no segments captured on either point. He's calling it in, but they got to push up. They got to get some control somewhere. They get a little information, but Jez has got a drone of his own, and he's going to take him out off of it. There's not enough time to push up. What a dominant start to that one as Team Vague goes big on Hacienda, and they take the 3-0 victory to take game 1.
I would say going big there is an absolute understatement. Team Vague, they may have lost to Team Space, but they are not letting this second shot at life go wasted. Obviously, coming through with the most dominating control win that we've seen so far today, the 3-0 clean sweep. And even the 1 round that was close, you take the overall mood of that game, and it felt like Team Vague were just massively in control the whole time. So Jez coming through, no more LMG, ends up being MVP of the team, top frag for the lobby, coming through with 19 kills, 17 for Solo, 14 apiece for Little B and Tech, and 13 kills coming through for Vague. And looking over at the opposition, just Snipes and Pepe put up some respectable numbers, but Jesus and Zai, guys, come on now. I mean, granted, it was a shorter game of control than we've seen all day, or at least so far. 5 and 6 kills, they are not going to cut it at this level of competition.
Yeah, I talked about coming into this one, Jesus was going to be on the sniper. Last second made the switch to shotgun. Could have been because he saw that standoff coming, but if you're looking at the overall grand scheme of things, you got more big maps than you have small maps, and even if it goes to a game 3, you're going to have a raid where, once again, it's going to be really tough to find utility for a shotgun like that. Obviously, the different maps have different play styles and everything else, but especially with that being a weapon that he's just not all that familiar with, I don't think that was the right move. I think that probably played a really big role in that 5 and 12 number that we're seeing. And right now, they gotta find a way to scramble and at least get the win here on standoff. I think the shotgun in the hands of Jez is not going to be an easy counter. And right now, I'd say based on how much they dominated, very good chance that we see Team Vague come through with the 2-0 victory.
All right, well, we are getting into the action for our next game. That control standoff is here. This is maybe what is the deciding factor on why Jesus decided I'm running shotguns, not snipers. So we'll have to see, because they have to capitalize here. I mean, there is no room for error at this point. It is double elimination. They don't pull things together here, they are out. And again, there is a ton of money on the line for this event, guys. You know, big shout out to Bobby coming through, putting on the out of control event. $5,000 on the line for this tournament.
Yeah, and it's nothing to scoff at for sure. Big start coming through for Team Pepe, but right back we got Team Vague firing away. Tectonic trying to get some back alley control right here. Vague having a rough start. He's sitting at 0-3 right now. Taking a look at Jesus, still yet to find a kill with that shotgun over on the flip side. Jez not popping off too much quite yet, but it's surprisingly, yeah, the SKS in the hands of Zai has been the biggest factor so far. And all he's really doing is cutting off that mid-street rotation right here. Little B gonna hop to the top side and see if maybe he can take him to battle right here. Not gonna spot him out quite yet. And it just doesn't seem like he wants to pick the corner. It's a free kill if he wants to take it, but Zai able to go prone before he gets the final shot in, and he's going to be able to maintain those streaks. Right now, Team Vague's got to make a push somewhere as they've got no segments and only 19 seconds to work with.
All right, well, couple kill advantage for the side of Team, oh man, who's the captain? It's Pepe, right?
Yeah.
Team Captain Pepe. All right, well, they've got a couple life advantage, but that does quickly dwindle away. Fortunately for them, time is in their side. Only 7 seconds left on the clock. They've got to clear off A here. Well, as we do have Jez on B, rocking the shotgun. Not the most optimal weapon for the angle being held here. If you're the offense and you get into B, you can use the box's head glitch where your opponents are going to be funneled through that doorway. Not consistent at that range. The R9 can clean up kills from there, but it's not going to be easy, and you're not going to find multiple gunfights in a row before you get taken down. Sure enough, that is the case. Now Jez pushing up again. He's taking some fire. Has to drop back behind CT Tank, and it's a 10-10. The A capture does finally come through. Jez was able to get one tick. Little B finds Zai's head through the window, and Team Vague looking to capitalize on this round. Vague from up top, 2-story behind, finds 3. And Team Vague, they're in a good position right now.
But we got gravity spikes going to waste. Another player drops. Only a 2-life advantage, and they can basically just stack in the backside. But Vague, he's got a pred. He's going to be able to find 2. And now only 1 life remaining right here. Team Pepe has to be so very careful in this situation, especially with Pepe taking a big chunk of damage right here, forced back, and who else but Jez to push up and get that final kill to take round 1 for Team Vague.
Yeah, we've definitely had a little bit stronger of a kill lineup for the side of Team Vague. Again, they came through the 3-0 sweep. Jesus already has as many kills on board as he did in the entire last control. So much better performance, but Snipes is not only lacking in kills, but kind of selling out on lives too. 10 deaths. The only player in the lobby, make it 11 deaths. Only player in the lobby right now with double-digit deaths. So that has certainly been a factor, especially with as close as that last round was. You have got to win more of these gunfights, and Bro's got a kilo. I mean, he's got a consistent weapon and plenty of strong angles for the kilo to hold. So Snipes, I don't know if he's lagging, I don't know if he's just getting unlucky right now or what, but he needs to capitalize on more of these gunfights.
Yeah, we're seeing the life disparity grow once again. Pepe trying to lurk through, see if he can find out Vague right here. More than likely he has some information, but not going to spot him on the inside of Factory, and now looking to make his way. Oh, sees Jez spawning up right here. Might be able to find Little B as well. It's a big two-piece. Jez spawns right in front of him, but does manage to take him down. Actually, a little body shooting in the same motion right there as he's got that R9 in hand. Vig gonna be able to find one. Takes down a Sparrow before getting traded out, and it is Team Vig still maintaining that life advantage. Solo in the top side, forced to back up. But right now, they're trying to find something, anything. Zai, nice positioning right here, but they've got to get some control, or rather, it's Team Vague that has to get some control right here. As they've basically tried to play it out in a TDM. Time dwindles down. There's only 3 lives remaining, but you got to get on the point. Is it? No, I'm so confused. I don't even know what's happening. Take it away.
Team Egg are just frying right now. They've got the 10-2 life advantage. There's only seconds left on the clock. We do get a kick coming through, but with only 1 life left, and Jez hopping the corner with the R9-0 in hand to clean up that final kill. That is going to be the 2-0 lead. And Vague right now, or rather Team Vague right now, are looking to close things out 6-0 against the side of Team Pepe. I mean, that would be a dominating win. And I think this is a great opportunity. We might as well go ahead and jump in for a listen with Team Vague. We didn't get an opportunity earlier to really get a solid listen in with them. And right now, I mean, there is nothing but positive flow and good momentum for them. So let's go hear those comms and hear how they're trying to close this one out.
It's back blue. Jesus is
One
back
broken,
blue.
one broken.
Spare.
Jesus in their spawn, Jesus in top blue, just you wanna jump up,
I did.
Top blue. Middle dead.
Yes, was I?
No.
That's probably like top market.
They got one. I'll kill this guy at the white fence.
One deep.
SK's deep, going broken.
Come mark
Alright.
one shot.
Hey, go top blue if you keep up your drone. Go top blue.
Yeah.
You need to control something. Thank you.
Just give me a second. Give me a second.
There you go. You're good. Hey, where's the
Don't give me wall
drone?
bang.
Yeah.
I got him.
They're gonna push. They're gonna push back here. They're gonna push back here.
They're gonna push him.
He's
No,
top.
man. He's dead.
We have to stop clock. Right?
Hey, can you guys get granny? I'm granny. You guys
One
get
grannies, and broken.
One broken.
Buck granny dead.
Mark it. They got one pushed up at tractor as well.
They're both dead.
About this side.
Buck granny. I'm not.
No, SK's tank. He's red car, nice.
Unless we get A, I'll pop my drone, but if you don't, I can't pop it.
Bottom granny dead. Another one. Bottom granny. Bottom granny's one shot.
Wow,
Bottom granny's one shot.
Yeah, Buck granny and court. Broken.
They're probably gonna give us a or not. They're gonna try and get it off. It went off time.
No. They went off. They went off.
Top market.
Oh, wait.
Well, the comp sounded pretty solid. I would say decent call-outs for everybody. I think maybe Solo a little bit quiet, but overall, obviously not a team that he's used to playing with by any means. So he's just doing his thing and slaying out. He's going to be able to find 16 to his name, but it's Jez with the shotgun in hand. We expected that was going to have a big factor, but right now it's coming down to lives, and there's just not much to work with. Jez able to stay alive, but Pepe, knowing he's weak, going to be able to take him down, and at the very least, Team Pepe able to prolong this one. They got a whole lot more work to do if they want to win the match, though.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think one of the biggest things for that comm listening to just flat out call out here is I don't think at any point that side of Team Vague even sounded like they were struggling, right? I mean, they basically accepted that they were going to get held this round. They know that they're going into the defense for next, and you could just hear in the voice. I mean, these guys are they're ready to bring it next round. I mean, it didn't seem like they were at all really worried that it wasn't going to be a 6-0. They don't seem to have any lackluster thought that they're gonna win in the long run. I would say this is the biggest opportunity for the side of Team Pepe right now, is you've got Snipes on B with the Death Machine, does burn it all for some hit markers through the wall, laying down in the corner, gets taken down by Jez. Does get one tick, though. That could be a difference maker as things continue to go on. It's 21-21 with 50 seconds left on the clock as Jez picks up another kill on Zai.
I was just watching the world's goofiest gunfight because I was watching Ring Around the Rosie around the tank while Little B was trying to shoot the people that peeked around the sides. Nobody could kill anybody. But right now it's Team Vague getting all the kills as they've got the 6 life advantage right here. Tectonic on a 3 spree pushing up. Here's shots from behind, trying to hit the hop up right here, seeing if he can find Just. Free fire through, not gonna land, and still a winnable position with only 2 lives separating the two. Jez gonna go ahead and hop on in. Still not a whole lot of progress right now if you are Team Pepe, and that's gonna be your biggest issue. So the clock ticking down, somebody hops down into that A spot. It is going to be Just right here, but with a Holger in hand, it's not going to be easy to hold solo. He does get the first tick to go through. They're going to slide the corner. That's going to be an easier kill for him to find. Does get traded out. And now players over on the A side once again. It is going to be Snipes this time, able to hop through, and he's definitely bounced back, but the pretty sizably negative KD still there as he sits at 15 and 27. Now Pepe on the point, trying to solo hold. They're not going to be able to stack. They got no lives to work with. And Team Vague comes away with the win, 3-1 in the game 2. And they will continue on as 4th place. Going to go to Team Pepe, who walks away with $300.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing to make note of is that they're not going home empty-handed, right? And for a day's worth of games that they, realistically don't even have to stick around for the next couple games, right? That's solid for a Saturday afternoon in North American Mobile Mayhem, or not Mobile Mayhem, COD Mobile fashion. So I don't think they can be too disappointed. They definitely could have performed better, but at the end of the day, they made something.
We still have people in chat asking what the game mode is. So for those of you who are not aware, in COD Mobile Competitive, this is Control. It is going to be the game mode that takes the place of Domination in the COD Mobile Championships for 2022. We already saw some teams playing it in Stage 3, and they'll be playing it in the upcoming Stage 4 as well. Honestly, best way for you guys to understand how the game mode works is just to watch it. So just stick around, keep watching the action. We just finished up our first losers bracket matchup, and we're heading to the winners semifinals, where we are going to have Team Space going up against Team... What's the other team?
Washi?
Team Washi. That is it. It's definitely going to be a good one. Team Space surprised us. Pleasantly surprised by how well they were able to perform. I think that their next matchup is going to be one that's a lot more difficult. But they've shown they've got what it takes, and especially to take down a roster that features Jez, Solo, Vague, Tectonic, and Little B. That's no easy task.
Again, I think this is one of the interesting things about these non-organized team events is that sometimes that team that everybody thinks is the best based on roster alone, sometimes that synergy is not there. Sometimes that strategy is not there. Sometimes there's not that voice of reason to carry some of the players that I don't necessarily want to say need direction, but benefit from having a strong leadership tell them, what they need to capitalize on to perform better as a team. So I would say that is something that Team Space as well as Team Washi have had going for them. And now it's those two teams going to be facing off head-to-head. And if I had to guess, I would say that Team Washi probably have a little bit of the advantage in that head-to-head, because while both teams have a solid leadership player, someone who's going to be vocal, someone who's going to remain positive, I would say we arguably have more slayers on the side of Team Washi, or at least more players that are like kind of those flashy slayers that really stand out from the pack.
Yeah, I think both teams definitely have distinct advantages. I think especially if you look at Team Space, you got a little bit more versatility just because you do have a player whose primary role is one of those forced different weapon options in Space. So that's something that definitely factors into this. And I think something that made life really difficult for Team Pepe and was a reason that they weren't able to excel, because they couldn't really. I don't think it was even that they couldn't find the role for Jesus, but they tried to switch things up and put him in a shotgun role that was just not a comfortable one. And I think that made it very, very difficult to really counter things in game 2. And I think in game 1 they just kind of got outmatched. So I think, like, on the side of Team Washi, you've got that IGL that can kind of bring the team together and give direction. On the flip side, maybe a little bit more advantage as far as gun skill, meta goes, whatever it is. I think Robalo's just a phenomenal individual player as well, and so in events like this, even if he doesn't have an IGL, he can roam, he can play that SMG role and have a really big impact, even if it's not necessarily in a traditional way. So I'm curious to see how the two teams match up against each other. Obviously, we are waiting on our weapon bans, or rather our operator bans to come through, as well as our map picks. But for those of you who don't know, every player on each of these teams has to use a different weapon category. So whether it be one sniper, AR, SMG, shotgun, marksman, whatever it is, you can't have two of the same weapon category, which is
it just assumed that SKS is the marksman, or could
yeah, there's just not really any other marksman that's worth it. Like, if you're gonna go SPR, then you might as well just use sniper as your other category and use the DLQ, because the DLQ is just better in the SPR in every way, shape, or form. Unless you are just like.
Do you think there's argument for some maps that double sniper for control could be usable? I mean, obviously we have maps in this tournament that are not in the main competitive. So, like for Crossfire, for example, could you see a player? We've seen Jazz use the SPR. We have seen that. Do you think that's something doable, or no?
I think it's less about. I think it is doable. I just don't think any of these teams have two sniper talents that would be like good enough with a sniper in a respawn setting to make it usable. I think that's probably going to be the biggest reason that you wouldn't see that. And also, I think the SKS just fits better in respawns in general, because it does, like, it is incredibly strong at long range, like snipers are, but you just have that bigger margin for error, and you also have a lot more utility when it comes to checking behind walls and things like that. So overall, yeah, you probably could run double snipers, but I don't really see much of a scenario where any of these players actually would.
Next question here would be, what is the classification of the AMAX semi-auto? Do you put that under marksman, or could we theoretically see Blur pull out the AMAX that he really made a name for himself on, and then someone like Bolu or Washi or Slothy or someone pick up the SKS as well?
I think you definitely could do that. I think especially if you get a Crossfire again, it's possible. The AMAX did get nerfed pretty hard a little while back, so that's the main reason we haven't really seen it anymore. I've spectated Blur when he's used it before. It's definitely still viable in his hands. I don't think there's anybody that would ever really run the AMAX outside of him. I think, did we see Tatio use it back in the day? I can't remember. I'm not 100% positive.
Yes, Tatio did use the AMAX back in the day.
That's what I thought, but once again, that's another very niche weapon, and I would say even less forgiving than the SKS, because it has a slower rate of fire, so that would be a pretty big disadvantage. But I think, like, my answer would be maybe if you get Crossfire. Outside of Crossfire, there's not much of a reason to use him.
And you have to draft for the series, not just for a certain map. So
yeah, exactly.
Probably not.
And also, I think the main thing is you don't want your AR to go to waste like that, because that's like,
well, when you've got when you've got someone locked into SMG where you've got the CBR, and we have someone potentially running LMG, you've got options of the Holger and the RPD, and all LMGs did get an ADS speed buff lately, or in a recent update.
It was pretty tiny.
I wanted to at least throw the question out there for my own 2 cents, as well as just figure it out for chat.
I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen the Peacekeeper come to play. I think especially for those smaller maps, I think the Peacekeeper is a way better close to medium gun than the Kilo or the M13. Obviously, that seems like something that only really EU has figured out. I don't think we saw like a couple people running the Peacekeeper for North America in Stage 3, but it was way more prevalent for Europe. So I'm curious, maybe as some of these teams start to scrim cross region heading towards Stage 5, if that's a change that we see. But I think the Peacekeeper is a much better option for some of those smaller maps. So I'm curious to see if maybe we see that come out.
I would agree, and I think that's a really, really smart call to make. And, you know, we are working on getting our next match started for you guys. We do have all of the players in the lobby, and it is going to be Team Washi going up against Team Space. And again, I think we did, at least to a degree, have Team Washi here having a little bit of an advantage. I mean, how set in stone is that? I'm going to go as far as to say not really at all.
Yeah.
But I think it's a safe assumption at minimum.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We do have the weapon picks and also the maps. So it's going to be Slums, Firing Range, and Summit. Neither team opting for a sniper. As per previously, Marvel still rocking the shotgun. Washi rocking the shotgun as well. Blur rocking the SKS. Space, no surprise, rocking the SKS. And then Veteran on LMG, as is Bolu. So pretty standard. I think especially if you got Summit as the final map, you just definitely don't want to have a sniper in your arsenal. That being said, we haven't gone to game 3 a single time. But if you do happen to go to game 3, it's not somewhere that you want to be at a disadvantage. So I would say pretty standard picks. We do have bans on the Sparrow and the Annihilator as well.
Yeah, I would say probably your ideal respawn sniping map pool would be like a best of 3 with Firing Range, Standoff, and maybe Raid?
Standoff?
You don't think Standoff would be doable?
I think if you're talking like ideal rotation, I would say like Crossfire.
You know, I keep forgetting Crossfire's in the mix because it's not something we ever see.
Yeah. And even if it wasn't Crossfire, I'd say Takeoff probably the better option if we're going like full respawn sniping classes. But yeah, I think definitely the standard, what we expect to see right here. Envy opens things up off the start. The shotgun's already come into play, and interestingly enough, we got Rabalo rocking the GKS, which I didn't really expect to see, especially with the CBR as an option, but we'll see what he can bring to the table with it, as we do see Team Washi taking the life advantage off the start.
All right, well, Team Washi definitely got themselves a slight advantage, but obviously that could change at any second in a control matchup on Slums. They do have the defense, so you definitely got to imagine they at least have a bit of an advantage on that front. Now, obviously, you know, we could see capitalization. We've seen teams be able to push up, and every once in a while you can get your opponents into a little bit of a spawn trap. But the reality of capturing A on Slums is pretty low. So that is something to at least consider for these teams moving forward. I think, again, we have maybe a little bit more renowned slayers on the side of Team Washi. I would say we maybe have I don't want to say more qualified, but more proven IGL on the side of Team Washi. With Bolu coming through. So I've got to give them a little bit of an advantage, but right now we've got a 3-life lead for the side of Team Space. And I don't know, I kind of want to jump in with the listen in early. What do you think, Bobby?
I'm good with it. Let's hop in. Sorry, chat. I rolled the wrong way in Discord.
One. Oh my god. One is garage behind the car. Garage behind the red car. Yeah, if you can have the left side and just keep on. Garage. Yeah, garage. I got a shotgun. It's difficult for me to push it.
I'm checking garage.
Two garage, 2 red car.
Got him.
Nah, is that a good shot?
Hey, we could pinch him. Let's spawn trap him. Spawn trap him.
Yeah, spawn trap them.
Record it.
I got one. I got one.
I got proof.
I'm going for side. I'm going for side. Oh, nice. Y'all play left, play left. Y'all play TDM. Play TDM.
Hey, check it out. Garden Fontaine.
Go. I got one.
No, what?
Nice.
Yeah, for real.
Well, Space gets the final 2 kills right there, and that's going to give round 1 to team, especially on the offensive side. To pick up an offensive round to get things started right here is not something that's very common for Slum, so definitely what you like to see if your team Space.
Well, and it certainly wouldn't be a listen in without Riballo trash talking off the back of the win. I mean, a deserved one, right? I mean, they won on offense round 1 on Slums. And, you know, I obviously don't want to say it's the nail in the coffin, but losing a defensive round early now puts Team Washi in a really rough spot, because now they've got 2 defensive rounds ahead that they have to capitalize and win one of those to bring this series back. And that is not an easy task on Slums. Right now, they do have a bit of a player life advantage. Now that Control's been in the mix a little bit longer, maybe we are getting more strategy to develop as far as Slums Control goes, but it does typically swing into the defensive favor once the B site gets capped, right? That A is so deep in the enemy spawn that it is incredibly punishing to try to make a break. And if you're not playing for TDM on the defense at that point, then it is nearly impossible to come off with a win there. And you can hear that in the listening, right? Just played TDM. They didn't even care about the A site. I mean, they just went for the spawn trap and they capitalized big.
Right now, Tio trying to take care of that one remaining shotgun over on the B side, and map control looks really, really strong right now for Team Space. They've got this mid area locked down. We saw Space terrorizing. Oh, barely doesn't get the 2-tap on that one, but gets the major assist and finds Bolu as well. Now they're looking to set up the spawn trap. He's going to be able to back up. Teammates have his back, ready for the trades. Slothy slides the corner, able to find one. They got to find a couple more to even out the life disadvantage, and Riballo's going to be able to find one before being traded. Left and right, the trades go. And if you're Team Space, you can afford to just back up and play TDM at this point. You got the pressure that's on. You got the life advantage. At this point, all you really got to do is hold head glitches and let the game come to you. We do see a couple go through as Slothy goes big right there, able to find 2. They got a Sparrow to work with in his hands, a Death Machine for Envy, and a Purifier for Bolu if they want it as well. But they have to be very careful right here, or they're going to be at that 0-2 start that they were able to put the opposing team in last time.
Absolutely. And Team Space now on the defense, they've got a 3 life advantage. They are in such a good position to take down Team Washi here, and this would be an incredibly difficult comeback for Team Washi to make here. Again, losing that first round on the defense is incredibly detrimental, and now they're down to only 1 life, and with 2 seconds to go, they're not even going to get a foot on the hill to try to extend this one. And that's probably smart, right? I mean, 1 to 5, that amount of time left, just play your life. Don't risk giving any sort of operator control over to your opponents. Don't risk giving a drone over to your opponents. So that is they probably could have even afforded to make that play a little bit ago, right? When it was like 10 to 4, they probably could have just played it back, let the round end, preserve life, and try to save their own operators and potential streaks for some rounds to come. Because, again, they need to capitalize on an offense of their own now if they want to make this comeback happen.
Yep. You get some information right there for Envy. Gets the assist. Washi's able to clean it up. And right now, Team Space showing that we really underestimated them with the way they've been able to deal so far. They're having a tough time on the defensive side right here. Or rather, on the offensive side. But to be honest, that's kind of to be expected. The fact that they were able to get the offensive win off that first game is incredibly impressive. They got to deal with Bolu over top right here, but he's just spraying and praying, able to find 2. Does get traded out, but the trades are there, and now a 9 life advantage. And if you're Team Washi, your best option right now is to try to build some streaks and see if maybe you can get an offensive round win, because you found yourself in such a big hole. With this big of a life disparity, you have a big opportunity.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And right now, this is a big opportunity for Team UD, or Team UD. The names. Got 3 UD players over here. Team Washi to come through, build up some streaks. You can see for Washi himself, we've got a drone, we've got a Predator missile. Got to cycle through to actually see what operators we have. It looks like we have a Sparrow and 2 Purifiers available. That's got to be wrong, right? What were the bans this series?
Yeah, I saw that. I think we might have some people using... Yeah, Sparrow and Annihilator are banned, so... I think we have some players that are not able... And that... What did I say? Sparrow and Annihilator? Yeah, so Slothy has been unable to use his operator so far, which is obviously going to put them at a disadvantage as well.
Enemy drone in the air. We've taken the lead.
Oh boy. All right. Well, that is definitely something I missed early, so I'm glad we at least caught that and mentioned that here. Obviously, you know, at this level of competition, one of the things that I always stress for players is being a pro player that's going into stage 3, stage 4, stage 5. Following the rules is just as important as being a well-rounded player, right? So it does look like we have the drone coming in for Washi. They know that they've got to capitalize on the offense here. They've got a 3 life advantage. Rabolo finally able to bring down Slothy, who went on a bit of a tear there. But this B cap coming through is going to extend the round. And then we got to see the offensive capitalization on an A push. Not necessarily to cap, but to get in a position where you can start to spawn trap your opponents. And now, I mean, things are honestly just coming through. If your team space, play back. You can afford to give B, but you cannot afford to go into such a big hole in your lives. And Slothy able to find another big 2-piece, an 8 life advantage in favor of Team Washi right now.
Yeah, I think they got so tunnel visioned on trying to win on time that things just spiraled out of control really quickly. I think we saw 4, maybe 5 consecutive go in for Team Washi, and all of a sudden it looks like we might have ourselves a game and might be on the brink of going to a round 5. As 9 lives now separate these two. You got streaks coming in as well with Bolu calling in that drone. That should be enough to go ahead and finish this one out. There's a minute to work with, and you get all that information. Should be able to close it out right here, especially knowing exactly where all these players are going to be. You got Marvel on this front side, trying to hold back the pushes, but I mean, even there, you don't need Rabalo there. You don't need Marvel that far push up. You're still giving lives away. And at this point, not much hope for Team Space winning this round. I'm not sure I like this Purifier call in for Bolu. You did not need that. You have a 13 life advantage. Could have won it with guns, and you might come back to regret that one, not having that here in round 5.
It is possible that it was a misclick. I think that's something to keep in mind. But either way, we've got a Goliath on board for Bolu. We've got a Hunter Killer on board for Blur. We've got operators available for both teams. And more importantly, the offensive round coming through for Team Washi does put them still in that round 5 defense, right? And it's all tied up. They've got a great opportunity to capitalize here. And more importantly, Team Space, again, I think they got a little too tunnel vision trying to close the game out early. I think they should have played back a little bit more. I think they should have gathered themselves and tried to play for that strong defense that we know an A-hold can be. And that might ultimately cost them.
Yeah, we'll have to see right here. Tatio's going to find one on the outside of B, but they've yet to get any real map control in there. They do take out Blur, and Tatio's going to be all alone. Doesn't have a trophy system to work with, so this is going to be a tough solo hold, but waiting on those reinforcements. It looks like they're actually going to push up and try to get some progress on the other side as well. You got Space way pushed up pulls out the boxing gloves, and just a big missed opportunity right there. Now you got Raballo on the inside of B. Purifier should be able to lock down those doorways, but Slothy sneaks in the backside. Purifier going to go to waste. I think he should get back a decent amount of progress on that, but still not what you want to have happen right there. And right now, the lives not separated by too much, but the map control definitely looking stronger for Team Washi.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. We've got 28 seconds left on the clock. Only one tick on B and only a 2-life advantage. Olu looking for the wall bang here. I'm definitely interested to see if or when he calls in this Goliath. I think it'll probably be to tuck into a corner on A if Team Space are able to get a capture onto B, but that's a big if at this point. And I think it's smart for Bolu to hold it, right? I mean, there's not really any benefit trying to get the Goliath into B here, because if you lose out on it, then you've got nothing for next. But it looks like he's going to call it in anyway, and well, I think it's because at this point it doesn't matter. It's 8-1. Time's not on the side of Team Space. Bolu able to come through with the final kill, and the 3-2 comeback does come into play for the side of Team Washi.
Yeah, that was a big win right there, and especially going down 2-0 off the start, not an easy test to take. I was muted, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Big win.
Fun little tip from our admins. Every match has had at least one player that could not use their operator.
It's such an easy thing too. Especially with the amount of time that you got at the start of the match, like that's just something that you cannot allow to happen. And I think it was actually the winning team that had the operator that they couldn't use. So maybe it would have been that they win that much faster. It's tough for me to not think that Raballo choosing to go GKS all the way through that had an impact on that one, because he has been pretty dominant so far and made the switch to the GKS, which I would say is like maybe the third best SMG right now. And we see Slothy slaying out, going, 1.5 KD with the CBR. I think that's a missed opportunity. I'm not saying it's guaranteed he goes with a different gun and has a way better KD, but very surprised to see him stick with that same gun all the way through.
I definitely think the GKS has a place on certain maps, and more specifically in the hands of certain players, but overall the CBR still is just reigning supreme as far as consistency at all ranges goes, right?
Yeah.
It's a weapon that allows you to be able to afford to make a mistake. I mean, we've talked in the past already about if you don't hit at least one headshot with the GKS, then you're not capitalizing on the weapon's best of its ability performance, right? The CBR doesn't have that stipulation. The fire rate's a little bit faster, the range is a little bit more consistent, and because you have that extra fire rate, missing a bullet is not as punishing. So I think that's at least a big factor. Is it like the end-all, be-all factor that decides this game? No, of course not, but I think it's at least worth noting.
All right. Oh, apparently Raballo DQ'd them anyway. I didn't realize.
Nice.
The Space said they lost focus when Raballo DQ'd. I'm assuming he probably used one of those operators that they weren't allowed to use. Hopefully, all of our players take their time and switch out the operators that they're not supposed to be using for this one. And then hopefully...
Did you say it in chat that they lost focus, or in Discord?
Space said that in chat.
Okay.
Raballo and the CBR don't work? What do you mean? I've literally never met somebody that couldn't use the CBR. Like, it's the easiest to use gun in the game right now. It's not even a competition. It is an SMG that is also an AR and doesn't have any recoil. What are the downsides, you know? Pepe with the raid, I appreciate it. Can we get some raid hype in chat? Welcome, everybody. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed his POV. Anyways, getting ready to hop into game 2. And it'll be firing range this time. See what the shotguns can do on both sides. And obviously we just saw this in the previous matchup as well. So more than likely going to see them going for that early trailer control on the offensive side and then the late push over toward B. Most of the time, by the time you get to that side, if you have a chance of winning on the offensive side, it's probably going to come down to a TDM.
All right. Well, a round win is a must-have for Team Space here. I mean, you know what? They would go down to the losers bracket to face off against the winner of the losers bracket and could have a chance to come back in, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's correct? So,
and they would be going against the team that they already beat, so.
Yes. So, you know, even if Team Space does drop here, there is a chance that they could come back into a grand finals position, or they could fall out completely. So that's something to at least think about. And, you know, for this matchup, keep in mind, this is a best of 3. The grand finals will be a best of 5, guys.
I think Blur is deaf. Tatio was literally shooting behind him for a solid 10 seconds. Not really sure how he didn't hear him, but it is going to take out the B push altogether, and that's going to go ahead and hit the reset on things, but with a life disadvantage right here for Team Washi. Bolu looking to push trailer side and see if maybe he can get pushed into A. I don't know if he realizes there's like 4 players in there for Team Space. They're going to be private. Oh, whoa, he still gets one right there, but taken down by the boxing gloves in the hands of Space. And this is going to be an SKS battle right here as we've got Blur getting ready to go up against Space, the 2 primary SKS users in North America right here. Pre-firing that initially, able to take one down, but Blur is there for the trade. And all the battles still going down over on the A site. Meanwhile, Veteran all by himself, chilling on the defensive side here on B.
All right, well, looking like no advantage as far as player lives going right now, but we do have a tick and working on 2 in favor of the side of Team Washi. The ACAP is looking certainly promising, and in fact, it doesn't even look like we're attempting to stop it on the side of Team Space. They're instead focusing up, looking to protect B, and they're actually in a really good and well spread out rotation to do so. Veteran gonna come through, picks up a free kill onto Blur. Tatio gets Envy, but 2 kills trade back. It's 13-13 still. Neither team getting a great advantage, and Marvel tucked away in the corner here with the R90 should be able to pick up a free kill, I would imagine. Right?
You definitely think so. He's just waiting. Great trigger discipline right there, trying to find Bolu. Doesn't realize Blur's further back, and that's going to be tougher to hit with the R9. So they get pushed back, but right now, all you got to do, play defense over here, and it's going to be really tough to break if you're Team Washi. And 2 players on jungle side. Slothy trying to apply some of that pressure over towards trailer, but does end up getting traded out. It is going to be Team Washi with the life advantage, but I mean, once again, if you're Team Space, all you got to do is play passive. You don't even necessarily have to defend the site because that'll give you information if they do get somebody on it. Marvel's going to be able to find one. Rabalo finds another, and now the life advantage starting to increase as the defensive play starting to show a little bit more and how advantageous it is. 4 life advantage right now. Team Washi scrambling for something, just scrambling for kills at this point. Bolu's going to find one onto Veteran, but with only 10 seconds remaining, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to make it to the B site in time.
Not looking to be the case right now, and the round 1 advantage is going to come through in favor. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Marvel. Oh my goodness.
Gosh. Just ADS it. Like, that's all you got to do with that weapon. Just ADS it. He probably could have killed 3 people with 2 shots if he had been ADS when the entire team ran through, but
and he got a ton of hit markers there. Yeah. I was like, where are the kills? You know, I thought you know, looking at the feed, or not looking at the feed, just watching like it happen, I was like, oh, this is 3 kills for Marvel. Wrong. 1. That's a little rough.
That's literally like the only rule for the R9 is ADS and you kill people, but he just sat there and hip fired the 5 players running through at once. They still get the round win, which is not easy to do on the offensive side, or wait, that was the defensive side. I take it back. That's easy to do. The real battle is here on the offense.
All right, well, gonna have to see. You know, we obviously saw Team Space capitalize on some really big coordinated team pushes earlier that really helped them get into a position where they won. And we could see the same thing come through here. You know, they did get the defensive win, which arguably is typically the easier side because your opponents are forced to come to you. But definitely a bit to say that firing range, I think, is a doable map for the offense, right? It is not exclusively one-sided. I would certainly say the defense has at least a reasonable advantage, but that's not a definitive factor of the map in my opinion. So we'll see as everything continues to roll. Right now, we do have a 3-life advantage in the favor of Team Washi. They might be capitalizing on a little bit of that defensive advantage themselves.
Raballo just had the absolute worst timing, like 7 times in a row in top tower. I watched people literally run at every angle he wasn't looking at for probably 30 seconds straight, and as a result, it's put a lot of pressure on him. It looks like they might be able to get the A cap right here. You got Space with the SKS holding down the backside, but Veterans on the inside. He's going to be forced to pull out a Purifier right here if they're going to be able to maintain this control. Gets 1 kill. Blur's trying to push up, not going to be able to take him down, and they are going to get an extra minute added to the clock right here. Definitely a top tier Purifier usage for him as they get some sizable value out of it, and they keep the life advantage at least within reach. He's going to be able to take down Blur as well. Here's Bolu on the inside of American, and isn't going to give away the information. Raballo's going to find 2, and now the live's looking a lot closer, but Washi on the inside, I think a jump shot with the R9. That's going to be a huge kill for them, and now 3 life advantage going their way. Veterans only going to be able to find 1 with the Pred missile, and time is of the essence right now for Team Space. Marvel's going to be able to find Envy. They're going to put the pressure on by hopping on the B flag. The question is, can they win the gunfights? 1 player looking to push up in mid. It's going to be Raballo. Timing's not going to go his way, though. Tatio, they're playing defense, and it's by 1 life. Team Washi takes the win. Could have gone either way. My, oh my, was that a close one.
Yeah, and one thing I think we got to do is just give so much credit to how good Team Space has been at this game. I mean, we came into this one thinking that they were going to be at a pretty sizable disadvantage, not just against Team Washi, but also against Team Vega. They have capitalized at every single turn against all odds, right? I mean, you know, we're talking about a team that, currently speaking at least, has maybe the most unstable ping out of any team in this event, right? So, you know, capitalizing with their European player, capitalizing with the LATAM player, and they've got plenty of potential to possibly come through with a win and send themselves to a grand finals position. Might get a game 3 if they're able to get this search and destroy in their favor. Obviously, not going to be easy in the slightest, but definitely possible.
Envy looking like an absolute terror on the inside of trailer right here. He's going to get some big time, and they've already got 2 takes over on B. That's not an easy thing to do. It's something we saw them do on other maps, as well as going to that weak side to apply pressure. Raballo gets absolutely obliterated, and now Envy sitting on some streaks, and with teammates holding down the outside of trailer, definitely looking winnable here on the offense. So it's been the toughest task, and especially having the most offensive rounds, they got to find one way or the other. Space gonna be able to finally take Envy out of trailer, but not before A control goes through. Right now the lives looking pretty close. Envy's got a couple streaks to work with, none over on the side of Team Space. Curious to see if we see him invest those, as right now the lives dead set at a tie, and definitely you got to think with the way things are looking right now, advantage has got to be Team Space, but there's a drone up in the sky, and that's going to help them out even more.
And you're absolutely right, and it's still the comeback game for the side of Team Space. They were able to clutch up 1 round, but it's obviously not over there. And right now they're sitting down a couple lives as well, but they've got 2 ticks on B. I mean, this is very, very doable still, even with the life disadvantage.
Maybe a slightly questionable decision right there. I understand wanting to get maximum utility out of the drone, but you really get traded on a pretty sizable amount of those kills. Obviously, you take the free kills wherever you can get them. You get Washy pinned back in that corner right here, so that's going to be a free kill for Tatio. And a 4-life advantage, once again, not really looking winnable for the offensive side. I think Envy going to go ahead and save that drone. More than likely, we'll see that come out for round 5. They're still going to try to get the push in right here. It's not unwinnable, but it's just a really tough TDM to get the win in, and especially with space and the SKS going through that wall, not going to be easy. Couple trades here. Blur goes big. Veteran hopping out the backside. Blur finds another, and now the life advantage only down to 1. They're going to go ahead and pre-fire through right here. You can't allow a whole lot of time. You got to slide the corner. They find both of them, though, and Team Space still finds the win on the defensive side.
All right, well, very, very close game between these two teams. It's now going to be a defensive hold opportunity for the side of Team Washi. And there definitely is a chance that we go to a round 5 control. You would have to imagine at least a little bit that the advantage is going to be in favor of Team Space for that. It'd be a round 5 defense, but obviously we mentioned firing range. Very doable for the offense. In fact, I think many of these rounds have looked really, really solid and like they had some potential for the offense to come through with the victory. I think last round came down to only a couple lives, so definitely a great series so far. The winner of this will find themselves in the winner's bracket for the biggest chunk of that $5,000 grand prize. But, I mean, keep in mind, guys, we do got to keep in mind that, you know, everybody from here on out is leaving with a pretty decent chunk of money, right, Bobby?
Yep, it is, what I believe, 700 and up for all the remaining teams, so not too bad for a nice little Saturday of playing video games. Right now, 2 life advantage. It's to be expected on the defensive side. Tatio doing what he can, and he gets the push all the way through to top trailer. And he been able to stay alive. Could have been big, but Blur's able to take him down. I'm gonna be honest, they changed the sound of the kilo, and I do not like it. It just sounds like paper shuffling. It doesn't sound like a gun. That was not a change that I was a huge fan of. Chat, let me know your thoughts on it down in the comments, but I definitely not a huge fan of that one.
As far as I've heard, everybody hates it. So.
Okay, well, I'm glad that we're in agreement on that one then, because it just... What? It doesn't even sound like a gun. It literally sounds like some sort of office supply. I don't know what office supply it is, but
some sort of office supply. Oh my goodness. All right, well, we do have a bit of an offense start here for the side of Team Space. Might be looking to close things out in 3-1 fashion as far as the search, or I'm sorry, as far as the control on firing range goes. Now starting to dwindle away on their life disadvantage. 4 lives down, but again, they've got about a tick and a third for their efforts. And only 4 lives down is definitely still something that's doable. All it's going to take is a couple of these players to pop off, and you could realistically have this matchup go either way. But now with only 2 lives to go and well over half of B to capture, I don't think this one is it. Yep, sure enough. Final kill comes through. We're all tied up 2-2, and Team Space now got to capitalize on their round 5. They get to be on the defense. That's a bit of an advantage for firing range. And we could see them tie this series up and give us a game 3.
Okay. Chad's trying to say that Envy got an FHJ kill. Guys, that was a death machine. I got everybody spamming that he got an FHJ kill. That was a death machine, you goobers. Oh my gosh. I can't believe I got people DMing me pictures of death machines in a kill feed right now. I mean,
to be fair, it's been so long that the death machine has really been a good operator choice that, you know, maybe people have forgotten what it looks like.
All right, so no DQ. This one is straight up and an opportunity for Team Washi to maybe end things in a 2-0. They got the control on Slums. Right now, they're down a couple of lives, and obviously, once again, the disadvantage being on the defensive side in full display. Slothy's going to get a full push on into the trailer, so they are going to start getting some of that A control. But the biggest challenge for both of these teams has always been getting the opposite side B so tough to get full control of, especially being on the low ground. And right now, it looks like they're in a pretty good spot right now. They've got a life advantage. They're investing a lot to make sure they get all the way through on this. We'll see if 4 lives is enough to allow them to get that B cap as well.
Well, the 6 life advantage in favor of Team Washi right now is definitely a great opportunity for them to be able to capitalize and maybe get an advantage rolling in their favor. Obviously, there's no guarantee in that, but kills are racking up right now. You know, what was a 6-kill lead is now a 8-kill lead, and we are about to be in sub-double digits for the side of Team Space, who have fought so valiantly for this match, and it's looking like it might be getting ready to slip away from them.
I'm surprised they're pushing up as far as they are. I'm expecting everybody to play exactly like Raballo is and just let the game come to you. You see Space, get a kill right there. I don't think Raballo heard the player crawling to top tower right here, so that's going to be one they've got to deal with. Should be able to hear Envy, but I don't think that he does. Purifier is going to get him the insta-kill right there, so the life disadvantage now dwindles to 6, and time probably going to be the biggest factor at this point. They do have 2 kills going for Marvel as well. You got to get the push coming through here. Getting 6 kills in 18 seconds not really going to be feasible, and now they're going to be forced to really funnel through right here. You see the death machine come out for Envy, down to 5 lives, but if they can get the wipe off of this point, it's winnable. Veteran's gonna find 2 right there. There's not much time to work with. Bolu scrambling, trying to make his way through. He's not gonna be able to take down Veteran. 2 lives to go.
Goodness.
But they can't make it happen, and Team Space plays the defense to perfection. They get the win, and they push it to a game 3.
I mean, I understand because I got to see it happen, but at the same time, I don't understand how you have at one point, 11 life advantage. I mean, it was 19-8, and you were unable to close out on firing range. I mean, that is rough to say the least for the side of Team Washi. Now, obviously, they're not out. They won the first round, right? So this is going into game 3 now. But this is a position that I realistically don't think Team Washi should be in the first place. That should have been a round win in that final round of the firing range control there. That was a big, big ball dropped. Or maybe just excellent capitalization out of the side of Team Space. But honestly, I felt like it was a bit of misplay from Team Washi more than anything else.
Yeah, I don't think they paid enough attention to the clock, and I think by the time they realized how much time was remaining, they just got in a panic, and they absolutely funneled in when they only had 1 push remaining, and by that point, they just didn't have anything to work with. They get full wiped, and just like that, Team Space keeps their hopes alive as we now get ready to go to a game 3. This game 3 is going to be on Summit, so the shotgunners are going to have lots of fun.
We had only a 4-kill advantage for the side of Team Washi there. Only 4 kills separated that game.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think for control, that is super, super close. So, again, got to give Team Space credit for not only hanging in, but also picking up wins. I don't know how big of a factor the ping has been, but you have to imagine it's at least noticeable, right? Again, you've got presumably NA lobbies with 40% of your team playing outside of NA. 1 in Europe and as well 1 in Latin America. So you gotta imagine that is at least a slight disadvantage, and I have to wonder how far Team Space could really be taking this if they did have maybe some powerhouse slayers from their own region, right? I mean, obviously, some of that top talent does run a little bit thin by the time you get 4 super teams drafted, right? But again, I think Tatio from LATAM and Marvel from EU are some of the best picks that you could look to grab in a competition like this. So I'm glad we're getting into a third game here in this series. And now it's up to Team Space trying to push themselves into a grand finals position. And obviously, Team Washi going to be looking to do the same. And it is not going to be a easy route for either of these teams. Summit does quite often come down to be a bit of team deathmatch towards the end. Verdicts would go as far as to say no strategy at all involved. I think that might be a little bit of a stretch, but definitely does often result in team deathmatch.
Yeah, it can definitely go that way, and that's what it's been so far. Is we got 23 lives to 23 lives, and no control on either of those points so far. And not really much of a pattern to what these guys are doing right now. Roballo going to try to get away right here, but he gets taken down by the shotgun in the hands of Washi. And now the life lead growing quickly in the span of a couple of seconds. I think it was 5-6 kills in a row going in for Team Washi. Obviously, to be expected that the defensive side going to have some type of an advantage. And right now it's showing itself to 100% be the case. Space from the top side, trying to find an angle. Nothing to work with. Bolu spraying and praying with that Holger, and Space goes ahead and crosses. They got to throw some bodies at the point. At some point, they hop on A for a second. They stop the clock, but only 12 seconds remaining. And the margin for error pretty close to 0 already. Is right now Washi on the bottom side, holding down that angle. Roballo is not going to check. Roballo, headphones, and it hits 0. That was I'm gonna be honest, that was a pretty lackluster round out of Team Space.
All right, well, a little bit rough as Team Space have been so dominant as far as strategy capitalization has gone, but Blur, the budget tectonic, actually coming through with a pretty solid performance. 7-3 for that first round. Definitely leading the team as well as leading the lobby, and now looking for more action. It is going to be a bit of Team Space capitalizing on the early gunfights this time around. Slothy making a rotation from behind, is able to pick up one, but gets turned on by Tatio. Unfortunately, again, the MAC-10 did receive some nerfs in recent updates that have seriously hindered its mid-range capability. And unfortunately for Slothy, he tasted that first and foremost right there.
Well, we got another round, 23-23. This is where things started to spiral out of control for Team Space. We'll see if it happens on the flip side for Team Washi. It is Team Space starting to grow the lead right here, trying to lock down control on the inside of Control Center, especially with Marvel on the bottom. This is literally identical. I don't even know how to explain what's happening right now, but that was literally the exact same feed we saw at the exact same point in the game last time. And once again, no progress at all on the A side. Usually when we're watching Control, we at least see some A control go in, but there's just not even an inch of progress right here, as neither team has been able to do a thing on the offensive side. And now we're seeing the spawn trap go in. It's 19-5 right now, and this round's already all but over.
Yeah, a 4-19 comeback would be an absolute miracle for Team Washi, especially with time against them. 3 lives left and 10 seconds to go. Roballo is frying. I think I saw someone in chat mention that Roballo is a demon on a Summit, and well, this defensive round has proven to be just that. Has a hunter killer, has a drone, and a pred missile. One other player on the side of Team Space, I didn't see quite who it was. It looks like Veteran is coming through with a drone and a predator missile of his own. And, Veteran has changed his name back. I just noticed that.
What was it before?
DeWar and D'Adelina?
Yeah, you're right. Well, there's a lot of streaks to work with right now for Team Space, so I would say that's going to be their best chance at getting an offensive round. They got to find a way to do it, being kind of the odd team out as far as where it comes to being for the offensive and defensive rounds. Marvel in the top side, not able to counter Envy right there. He slides through, takes down space as well. Raballo finally there for the trade, and he's sitting on 12 and 9. Veteran, the one player that's not anywhere close to the region, currently top fragging for the lobby at 15 and 9. Blur on the opposite team sitting on 15 as well, but once again, defensive team seems to be at the disadvantage, or the offensive team seems to be at the disadvantage, as we see absolutely zero progress on either of those points.
All right, well, definitely a big game for these two teams. There is so much money on the line for this weekend. Going to the grand finals guarantees you at least a second place prize pool, right? So a lot of money on the line. I think the loser of this match
takes 700.
Takes 700. Is it, or is it the winner of the next match? No, because that would get them into second. Yeah, so the loser of this match
you're right.
drops down.
Yeah, loser goes
to
down.
Maybe get 700. Yeah,
exactly.
Ooh, Veteran. What was that turn, Veteran? Oh my goodness. The movement almost able to get him to safety there, but his teammates not able to pick up the kill in time. The kill gets traded out, and a 6-life lead, 7-life lead in favor of the side of Team Washi. Blur actually coming through with a strong performance of his own. 18 kills deep, not quite leading the lobby. He's one behind Veteran, but definitely a strong performance. Who just called it a Predator missile? Oh my gosh. Veteran.
That was what? They only had 1 life too. That was definition of a brain fart. He's having himself a really solid game right here, but that could be very costly in the long run, especially given how tough it's been for these teams to get anything on offense. Would have been really nice to have come round 5, and that completely goes to waste right there. And there's just no utility to begin. Like, I can understand if maybe at the beginning of the push you get some people on the point, you want to see if you can stack A and maybe get control. But to call it at the end when you got 1 life remaining, you just cannot let that happen.
All right, well that is potentially a big thing, because not only is that possible kills you could have got picked up for free, that is not quite a free UAV, but it is information given to your team that we're going to now lose out on. Final shot comes through out of the drone. I think we got good value from the marks on Veteran. Looking to bring things closer, but right now the 4-life advantage in favor of Team Washi. Washi capitalizing on some shotgun use here, is able to take down Raballo, who has been on a fair tear of his own. Top frag of the lobby is now Envy, coming through 22 kills in. Raballo's 1 kill behind at 21. Blur at 20, and Veteran was top frag for multiple rounds, is starting to fall a little bit behind. I think this is a great opportunity to go in for a listen-in with Team Washi. They've got to be celebrating in the comms right now.
You gotta think so. We'll go ahead and hop on it.
I'm watching your bottom.
Nah, I'm point.
Pure dead.
He's bottom now.
Come on.
Yo, drop the Goliath or something.
Yep, I'm going back.
Yo,
Bottom. Oh, see them going
Yo, one more fucking A.
Are these stairs?
I'm dropping a COD. I'm dropping a COD.
Computer. 2 left.
They're gonna push this up.
Yeah.
One shot green.
He pushed. Nice, I think.
Nice, hold on. There's only 1 line.
I'm holding this.
I got him up.
Nice.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Go in.
Yo, see, space.
Yo,
space is terrible.
All right, well, they find a way to close it out right there. For a second, it's like, why is he calling the Goliath? And then I look back at the score, it's like, oh, he's calling the Goliath because the game's over. But that is not an easy thing. That was the only offensive captures that we saw for the entire game, and we saw both captures. Well, not exactly both captures, but it would have been both captures if it hadn't gone to lives. As Team Washi goes big, and they will secure the win and guarantee them spot in the winners finals.
Well, it's hard to say at that point if the Predator missile would have made a difference, but I mean, that was certainly a massive misplay on the side of Team Space there out of veterans. So hopefully they'll be able to recollect and turn things around for their next matchup, because it's going to be a rematch. We're going to have Team Space versus Team Vague once again. The loser of the next match going to go home with $700. Not horrible for a single day's performance in COD Mobile, right?
Yeah.
So that's not terrible, but the winner obviously going to have a chance to go into that grand final matchup. A lot more money on the line. Congratulations, or well, rather still early congratulations to the side of Team Washi. They at least secure a top 2 position, right? They're in the grand finals. They've got an extra chunk of money absolutely guaranteed to them, with a chance at that biggest portion of the prize pool. And now it is the question, can Team Vague come through and get their revenge, or will Team Space find themselves another victory against Team Vague and back in the grand finals, Bobby?
We'll have to see. I'm going to take a quick break real quick just to go refill my water, so I will be right back.
All right, chat. All right, I'm gonna assume, chat, that I'm still on mic. We are gonna cover the face cam while I stuff my face with a little bit more pizza and make a drink. But you know what? Hopefully you guys will forgive me. I'm gonna try to keep you guys entertained while we wait for Bobby to get back. This is a rematch. Last time around, we did see Team Space take the 2-0 victory over the side of Team Vague, and it was a huge start for Team Vague as well. They had a 2-round lead in the first map of Control, and it was a 3-round reverse sweep comeback for the side of Team Space. Let's see. Tails 1, so choose map 2 and ban an operator. Alrighty. I was just reading what was going on in the chat, but this is going to be a tough battle for the side of Team Space, because I think there's, at least to a degree, going to be a little bit of demoralization coming through here. And they are, going to have to overcome that, because they've got a tough opponent, right? Team Vague, they played a little lackluster in that first series against Team Space, but they quickly and convincingly bounced back in the losers bracket and now find themselves with a chance to find their way into the grand finals.
And for people saying Space needs to let go of the SKS, we actually have rules that explain why Space is using the SKS. So every player from each of these teams at the beginning of the round, or actually at the beginning of the match, has to pick which of the 6 weapon categories they're going to pick from, and you can't have 2 players on the same weapon category.
And you can't switch in the middle of the series either.
Exactly. So the majority of the time, what we've seen is every weapon category, with the exception of snipers being used. We did see that get used a little bit in the first match, but ever since then, just really hasn't made an appearance, and I don't anticipate that we'll see it make an appearance again, just because of the lack of versatility.
Bobby, we have a game 2 crash control.
Whoa, okay.
And I'm just not entirely sure what to think of that yet. I have not seen
What are the crash control points? I can't even remember.
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, guess we'll have to see. Just waiting for our players to load in. Obviously, we got to get our picks. So we do have the maps. It's going to be Standoff for game 1, being picked by Team Vague. Crash for game 2, like you said, for Team Space, and then Summit for Team Vague. So lots of close range maps. I would assume probably all shotguns across the board, as far as that last kind of up for grabs weapon spot.
Sorry, Bobby, just shoving a nice pepperoni pizza in my face hole. But, we're hungry, okay? I worked all day. Well, I worked all morning, rather. Nice little 6 a.m. to noon shift. Wasn't fun, by the way, if you were wondering.
It said 6 a.m. to noon? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Days on the grind right now. Putting the hashtag time in.
I think if you include casting this week, I'll have 94 hours of work.
Oh my gosh. We got to get a day of vacation soon, chat. Or a trip to COD Mobile Champs. One of the two.
Yo, that would be lit.
All in favor, say aye. All right, we got our picks as expected. SKS, SMG, shotgun, AR, LMG. So I think we are good to go, and we should be good to hop in the action for our losers finals. Loser takes home 700. The winner, well, I guess we don't have the official for the winner, but one of the winners, that is not the right document, Bobby. Dang it. 1 second, chat.
Do they even know the points on Crash? Lurker? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't know if the players know the points for Crash Control. It's not something that is in the current competitive scene map rotation. So as far as casting, it's not something I've got to see. As far as the players practicing, I'm sure it's something that isn't like primarily their focus. So I doubt anybody's going out of their way to play Crash Control. Is that something you can even run into in ranked, Bobby?
Crash?
Crash Control.
Oh, you can't play Control in ranked.
Yeah, so who the heck has played Control Crash before? Does anybody know the points for this map? Oh, man.
Well, I think one of the first times I ever played Control, it was Crash. I'm trying to think. I think like top of P2, or not top of P2. I think second floor of P2 is one, and then maybe Delhi. I wanted to say Delhi is either Delhi or maybe just like wait. Oh yeah, that's right. It's game 2 that we're playing Crash. I was like, wait, we're on the wrong map.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
get a little
it's
ahead of
game
myself.
2. It's game 2.
Yeah, I'll have to see. I played it one time just to see how the game mode worked, and then I hopped
think we're
off.
all gonna learn together.
Yep. Well, loser of this matchup takes home 700, and then the winners will be playing for either 3,000 or 1,500 for the second place. So we'll see what these guys do. But Raballo coming out, guns blazing. He is sticking to that GKS, and at least off the start right here, it is working. Oh, Little B's off the SKS. Interesting.
Yeah, rocking the RPD. Another instance of not having the cooling barrel. So, I don't know, maybe the pros, again, as you said, maybe they just didn't unlock it, or maybe it just straight up is not as good as, you know, the base mag option for this level of competition. Maybe, you know, that's just something that they have all determined. Obviously, they're a little bit better at this game than us, Bobby. Okay, you know,
just a little bit.
In the words of Zim, Bobby is one of the best codm content creators as far as skill level goes. But even then, doesn't quite stack up to this level of competition. I mean, these guys are out of their mind when it comes to talent in the codm scene. Fake gonna be shotgunning here. This is gonna be a little bit interesting. I would have thought either Solo or Jez, but Jez gonna be on the SKS, Solo gonna be on the CBR, Tech on ARs, so Kilo. This is interesting. Super interesting.
This team has definitely had the most weapon rotation out of everybody else. I'm pretty sure we've had pretty much the same weapons every single game, or at least the same weapon categories every single game for Team Space. But on the flip side, we have had Jez in now 3 different roles. First, saw him with the LMGs. Then we saw him with the shotgun. Now we see him with the marksman. So we'll see what he can do. Hasn't been able to have a whole lot of success here with the SKS. And, He's trying to take down Space, who is definitely a lot more comfortable in that position. Right now, it's going to be a near impossible push on into the B side, and especially with Marvel taking complete control of bottom. Grandma's right here. It looked manageable, but we see a couple kills go through right there, and especially with Vague kind of infiltrating all the way through, it's gonna be tough for NYSL. It's gonna be tough for Team Space.
Hard, man. It's so hard.
I just look at Rabalo and Space right there. It's like, oh, it's NYSL. Gonna be tough for them to make their way on over to B.
All right, well, see as things keep rolling. First round is going to go in favor of Team Vague. Vague finishing things off. The final kill coming through with the R90 there. So definitely a solid weapon for standoff. I'm going to be honest, not sure how that's going to fare when it comes to Crash. I mean, Crash does not scream shotgun map to me, at least not for control. I mean, if you were playing hardpoint and you're getting into some of the corners of the building, maybe that'll be a factor for control. I guess it depends on where the points go, but it is certainly not a great weapon for pushing on a map like Crash. And Tech finds a 2-piece, Marble finds 3, Jez and Solo each come through with a refrag, and it's coming through with a couple life advantage for the side of Team Vague right now, but still very, very close as far as lives go. Ooh, that's McKenzie missing that shot. Vague barely going to make it out alive.
Vague looking pretty comfortable with R9. I don't know if he's put in some reps with it or if he's just having that easy of a time adapting, but he's sitting on a 3 spree right now, 11 and 9, and making life difficult here is right now nobody able to push in and defend it, at least from the backside on the A site. Teammates locking down some time right here. It's going to be Solo, CBR in hand, and they're going to be able to take down that Sparrow pushing on through. It looks like they'll probably be able to get the A control right here, and right now Team Space struggling to defend. Even in the lives category, it's dwindling quickly, and they find themselves at -9.
All right, well, looking like it could be 2 rounds in a row for the side of Team Vague, but I mean, in all fairness, that's what we saw the first time these two teams faced off, right? So possible reverse sweep coming out of Team Space, possibly Team Vague looking to find themselves into the grand finals. This is still a best of 3, guys, but the next matchup will be that best of 5, the grand finals. So keep that in mind as we do crown a winner of this series. Obviously still a little ways to go, possibly a whole 3 games. And, well, 2 rounds in favor of Team Vague. I think now's a good round to go ahead and listen into them to try to close things out.
All right.
Mid talk. They're broken behind you, Jess.
Yeah,
Tractor dead, Tractor dead.
Yo, red car, in our spawn. Red car, he's going boxes. He's
I'm in this spawn.
Gonna be on you, Tech, shotgun.
Dead.
Nice.
Back.
Check out Tractor, let's just push up A right now.
I'm watching Tractor.
Broken side low.
It's still top blue and then one court.
Tractor dead.
Bucking.
Dead. Nope.
On red car, mid, red car.
One's mid.
Well, dead.
Nice.
Watching Deli.
Can you help on point?
I'm not
Let
letting
me, I got you trophy. Let me, I got you
One
trophy.
cubby. He pushed.
One tracker.
Broken.
One statue, and one boxes.
On B.
I'm back out of there.
Oh, take our time.
Red car.
One deli.
SK's top blue.
Deli, okay. One boxes.
SK's dead. One mid dead. Another one on B.
I'm in the spawn.
I'm stunning B.
Hey, be dead.
Nice.
I'm in the spawn, so. Oh, yeah, one top, so.
One tractor.
Tractor dead. One push deli.
Yeah, deli one shot.
He went bottom granny. One at the blue van, deli dead. Deli dead.
I'm bucking.
Tractor.
One more tractor.
You try to push up in that.
My box dead.
Tractor.
Tractor dead. I died to an 8.
Double. Tank. Bro.
You can give up A to that. I miss
Yeah, we can
Sparrow.
give
Well, as expected, Team Vague just looking absolutely clinical on the defensive side, not giving up too many ticks on either side, and now the 5 life advantage forming. It looks like a very likely 3-0 victory here on Standoff. That's going to put a lot of pressure on them heading into Crash, which is definitely not going to be a familiar map.
Yeah, not going to be a familiar map for anybody, and I don't think that can be stressed enough. 3-0 victory does come through for the side of Team Vague, but now, I mean, it's really anybody's ball game. Strategy and capitalizing on good strategy is going to, be the difference maker here. I think now going into Crash, more than any of the maps that we've seen today, except for maybe Crossfire as well, because Crossfire is kind of same scenario, right? Where that's not in our map pool, so it's not something that anybody has really practiced. It's not in ranked, so it's not something anybody has, to any degree fully experienced. And having a good IGL to keep the team motivated to push on through, I definitely think it's a big possibility.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge here. I think, like you said, not a shotgun dominant map, and even if it was, Veteran did not have a whole lot of, or wait, no, Veteran wasn't shotgunning, Marvel was shotgunning. I don't know if the lobbies are bugging or if maybe these guys just aren't required to stay through the lobbies, but definitely it's going to be really tough. I think on the defensive side, shotguns will be fine. You just throw them on the inside of the point and wait for anybody to arrive, but on the offense, it is going to be a big-time struggle. You're going to have really solid utility usage, and it's going to be a challenge for Team Space to get a win right here, especially as you can see some of the vibes, some of the chemistry probably rising a little bit for Team Vague.
Yeah, definitely going to be a big game. Team Vague obviously lost to Team Space early on and fought their way back bracket. Now they're up 1 round against Space, and looking at that previous matchup, it's pretty easy and pretty quick to tell exactly what happened. I mean, on the end of the spectrum, things are pretty close. You've got 13 kills for Little B or 12 kills for Little B up against the 13 kills of Marble. You've got 13 kills on Jez to the 12 kills of Veteran. That basically equalizes out. Solo into Tio, even there, it's not that far apart. I mean, you're talking 4 kills, 17 to 13. Tectonic, 10 kills above Riballo, and Vague, 8 kills above Space is definitely a defining factor of why that game went 3-0. We were just slaying out on the side of Team Vague. They came through uncontested with a 3-0 victory. Now getting into Crash, I don't think raw fragging power is going to be as important as good strategy. So I think that's a important note to make. And looks like we are getting into the game. And, these spawn points are interesting.
What do you mean?
Looking at this map, I don't think I'm going to hate Crash Control.
I don't think it's gonna be awful. I'm trying to even think like what obviously defense is gonna be the easier side because you have easier access to both of the points without really being seen at all. We do see Team Vague pushing in, getting a couple kills right there, and it is going to be very defensive side. Like, you obviously have this one massive head glitch that you can see everybody in mid running through from the B side, and you got high ground that you can work with if you're over on the A side. So I think winning an offensive round on either of these is going to be next to impossible. I'm going to be incredibly impressed if either of these teams is able to do it. And with that being said, by that standard, more than likely we should see a win go in for Team Space. But if we see Team Bolu win, or not Team Bolu, golly, Team Vague win on this with how one-sided it seems like these points are going to be, I've got a feeling there's a good chance they win the whole thing.
All right, well, we'll obviously see moving forward. Right now, Team Space, they do have a 6 life advantage. And no progress on either bomb site. I mean, definitely a little bit rough. Maybe I jumped the gun on this map once again, kind of like I did with Crossfire. the offensive spawns are very, very punishingly far back. I mean, this is rough. I mean, I think the defense spawns pretty far back as well, but I mean, again, it's more of a straight shot. You've got cover getting into the backside of the site. Does look like we might potentially have a capture coming through here, but 8 kills down. How are you going to make the push on into B? And you can see that we do have Veteran rotating into the back, looking for potentially a spawn rotation. Could pick up a free one onto Jez here if he plays his cards right. Sure enough, there's the kill. Still got an 8-kill lead for the side of Team Space, but Solo kind of popping off a little bit here. Picks up 2. Pushed on up towards B. They've got to get Veteran out of the spawn, and sure enough, Jez coming through with the heady there is going to help them do so, but can you capitalize on B with 7 lives remaining?
All right, now the smokes are going to come out, and this is their one push available. Solo's going to make his way in. He's going to be able to find a kill, and especially making his way to top of B right now. There's an opportunity they can get pushed over. The thing is, you cannot afford to give up any lives. You get one good push, and that's going to be it. Solo dropping down, able to find one. Veterans in the top side, takes him down as well. Still a really tough situation to work with, and with teammates getting taken down, he will drop as well. And Tatio finds the final kill to clean things up as Team Space takes the defense.
All right, well, that's about what you predicted for this map, and probably what's going to end up happening, because, again, the offensive spawn is just so far back from these points. Like, as soon as you die, you're out of that hill for essentially 15 seconds. So we'll see as things continue to roll if we can get anything going on the offense for either of these teams. If not, big advantage for the side of Team Space, right? They'll have that defense for round 5. Hunter Killer's out, not going to find anything. Maybe give some information on the explosion being so close in proximity up top. But, I mean, that is not enough to be convincing. Burn through a little bit of our time. No notable progress, but some beep. Starting to get to a tick here. This is a big opportunity for Team Space to capitalize. I think a B cap early is probably about as much as you can ask for here.
Yeah, I would have considered this the weak side, and Space has got streaks to work with right now. That drone could be huge, and they've got a life advantage right here. Maybe they just have a better grip on how to play this one, but oh no, you waste the Pred missile right there. Tries to get the top of 3-story, but there's nobody there. Fortunately for them, the drone goes big. He's able to predict the push around the wall, and now a 5-life advantage on the offensive side. Team Space, the strategy, at least for now, looking very strong. I think he sees Tectonic through the wall, but doesn't have the angle to hit the wall bang, at least not quite yet, but there it is. Death Machine's gonna drop, trying to get the wall bang onto Vega as well, and they've still got streaks to work with if they want it.
All right, well, a little bit of an advantage as far as lives go. We've got +2 on the side of Space. We've got a minute and a half on the clock. As you mentioned, we have streaks. We have some operators for both sides as well. Looks like all 5 players on the side of Team Space opting to go with the Sparrow. Definitely smart with the points being inside. You get that kind of AoE potential. And right now, we've got 4 operators for the side of Team Vague and only 2 for the side of Team Space. And even with the early B capitalization, you can see they are struggling to make the progress
the drone
into A, but they're winning in lives. We've got the drone coming in, and this is a big commitment from Team Space. They want to win this offense, and you can surely see that here.
This drone could be the X factor. They get the info on Little B, and that should allow them to pretty much just wallbang the entire team out of it. Space is going to look to get pushed up. He's trying to build on streaks. Still, he's going to be able to, at the very least, relay the information. Gets the kill onto Vega as well. Solo takes himself out. I don't even know how that happened, but now they've got the push here, and you can see Team Vague panicking here on the defensive side. This should have been the easy side for them, and right now, I don't know there's much of a way that they get the win right here, but they get a couple kills. Solo finds another one right there. You didn't see a push for the objective. And now it's doable. They've just got to stay alive. There's streaks to work with. Space finds Little B. They just need 1 kill, but they got to do it fast. Vague on the backside. He's going to stay alive as well. Time's ticking down, but Marvel finds the final kill with only 3 seconds remaining.
We lost the lead.
All right, well, an offensive round win does come through for the side of Team Space. We weren't sure that we were going to see that here at all on Crash, but again, the slaying power not necessarily going to be the end-all be-all, especially if good strategy gives you some extra advantage in the slaying department. And sure enough, that's what we saw out of Team Space there. First blood does come through this round for Solo, but Space immediately able to get a refrag onto teammate Little B. And this is turning out to be a pretty interesting game so far for a map that we haven't seen.
I mean, the amount of head glitches on this map is just absolute paradise for Space right now. he is just absolutely terrorizing that. He's on 22-3 right now. You can just tell he's played ranked on this map so many times with the SKS that he has mastered every single possible angle. And now the drone getting called up as he's probably going to try to play for some streaks again. Gets the information on Solo. Spots out Jez there as well. And right now it looks like they're going to go ahead and give up that push on over to A for free and focus solely on trying to hold B.
Certainly looking like the possibility right now. All tied up as far as player lives go. We did get the A cap this time around, but no B yet. And I would say B is even maybe a little bit more difficult than A to get to, especially with the spawn points where they're at. So that's something to consider. Marvel and Herbalo coming through with a couple kills. Tech did find a boxing glove kill. Little B got the RPD as well. It looks like Veteran for LMGs has opted for the Holger. And looks like same loadout for Little B. No cooling barrel on the RPD. I do think that was in question from some of the players before. I think
they stole a Goliath!
Oh my god, and Team Vague are frying right now. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that goes absolutely terribly as Space throws down the Goliath and Vague finds a way to take it away. It looked like a safe spot. They're gonna try to boxing glove it. They get it pretty weak, but with no lives to work with, this time it looks like it's gonna be Team Vague that gets an offensive win. Only 1 life to go. And with a minute to get it, there's just not really even a reason to try to push for that control. All you gotta do, find a way to get 1 kill. Give away a couple right there. You gotta be careful. You don't have a sniper to work with. How do you not take out Herbalo if you're Little B? And I mean, right now, this should be so easy. Just get 1 kill. Space is going to pick up another one. And then finally, Solo's the player to pick it up. So we now see an offensive win go in for both teams. I was not expecting to see that. It is still Team Space with the lead, but now they don't have any streaks to work with.
Yeah, and that Goliath loss is a big one because moving into a round 5 defense, I feel like that would have been a better place to get the Goliath, right? You're on defense, you have more cover, you get the Goliath into one of these hills, and I mean that is a solid bit of lockdown that you have. Little B comes through with a quad feed to start off the round, and while we were thinking the defense would be a saving grace for the side of Team Space, you have to imagine the mental game is got to be coming at least a little bit into factor here, right? The Goliath getting stolen. Oh my goodness. Team Vague are frying.
And right now they're just getting wall banged through yellow left and right. Vague's going to be able to hop down, and he can put him in a spawn trap. If he stays alive, turns on to Marvel. He had no business winning that. Plus 10 right now for Team Vague. They're looking to build streaks. Right now, Little B is the only one in position to do that. He's sitting on 5. A couple more could earn him a Goliath, but does get taken down. And right now, if you're Team Space, your only objective is just don't feed streaks. There's basically no hope of you winning this offensive round. If you can find a way to not feed streaks, then you've done your job. Jez is going to actually be able to find 3 2 in the feed for Tectonic as well, but they've got to be very content to just go ahead, let this one end, and hope that they can get the win on the defensive side.
I mean, again, playing a safe Goliath for round 5 would have, been my play, but a little bit rough coming into this last one. We have operators built up heavy on the side of Team Vague. Only 2 ready to go, but if you look, Tech's close to his Death Machine, Little B's close to his, Jazz is about to be on his Sparrow, and we're only looking at 3 operators. I guess they're close on the other 2 as well for the side of Team Space, but I'm interested to see if we capitalize on the Death Machine use here. Right now, all tied up, 2 trades apiece. Got a little bit of B progress started, but got players pushing on in. Jez coming through with a big kill there. First tick is locked in on B. Oh, but they trade! Raballo gets the kill, but kills himself with his Sparrow. Oh, no. I don't know if that trade was entirely worth it.
Well, right now, for Team Space, probably feeling semi-comfortable with how things are going. You haven't given up very many ticks, and you've got the life advantage, so you're not stressing too much. You got Marvel, who's got a Sparrow to work with if he wants it. Little B trying to apply some pressure right here, and with no score streaks in play, it just makes it so much more difficult. Oh, and Little B was in position to get a double, but I believe it's going to be Marvel on the bottom side of that wall. Takes him out. Team Vague trying to push through, get some more progress onto B, but Raballo wins a big gunfight on the inside of the point. Should be able to take off that progress. Takes down a player trying to push back in as well. Vague tucked away in a corner, just hoping somebody walks by right now, but nobody making any unnecessary pushes right now for Team Space, and they're maintaining that life advantage. Only 15 seconds to work with, and it looks like they should be able to lock this one down and should be able to push things to a game 3, as right now Team Space has got things on lock, and with Marvel at the top of those stairs, there's no hope for anyone looking to push.
All right, well, Team Space, hang on. They do get the round 5 defensive victory on Crash, and well, that's about all you can ask for, because that does get us a game 3, regardless of how long it took. And I got to double check what our game 3 was. Uh-oh, hold on, what is this? Cooldown for the new weapon.
I think it was Summit? Yeah.
Yes, Summit. So definitely one that could go either way.
Yeah, I would say I'd say for all intents and purposes, this one's kind of a toss-up. We've seen both teams perform really well on it. We've seen both teams throw away leads. So obviously you gotta look at the shotgunners. Marvel hasn't been quite as impactful in this matchup, so they definitely need him to bring it. That being said, Crash, not an easy place to shotgun. I've got a feeling he's going to be one of the X factors for them, and overall, obviously most of the time it comes down to who gets the defensive side, but also we've seen team I think it was actually team Bolu last time that went really big and managed to win and capture both points, but most of those rounds were still coming to 1 or 2 margins of kill when it came down to a TDM.
Yeah, and Summit is, again, I think one of the few maps that really offers a possibility for the offense to capitalize. But it is a lot of just throwing your body at the point. It is a lot of team deathmatch. It is a point where right in the middle of the map, both of the hills lie, right? Neither team really has an advantage getting to them, with the exception of, I want to say it's actually the offense that have that access to the high ground off the start. So definitely an issue for both these teams moving forward. Again, I don't think round 5 defense is really a saving grace for anybody. Marvel has come into chat and confirmed that he's playing on 80 to 90 ping instead of his usual terrible 60. So yeah,
honestly, if his usual is 60, I'm a little bit surprised that he's getting 89. I figured it'd be like 100, but
he's one of the most notable players in Europe.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what he can do on land, because if you're used to playing on 60 ping in the competitive scene, I gotta think you just gotta be.
Jez on land are gonna be disgusting.
It's gonna be a blessing to watch for sure. It is gonna be offense the majority of the rounds here for Team Space, and obviously that's gonna put them at the disadvantage right now. If you're Team Vague, all you really got to do is play solid defense, but Raballo is looking to break that defense. He goes on a 3 spree to start, completely obliterates the top side of control, and now the map is wide open.
And Team Space off to a big kill advantage here in this matchup. Obviously, it's something that could be a toss-up one way or another. All it takes is a couple players from Team Vague to have a good spree, and they're right back in the action here. And even then, they could look to play time, right? We've got a tick on B in about half. That progress is still rolling through, but they finally get the kill. Could be looking to start clearing some of that progress out. And it's a big decision for Team Space. Do we shift the focus to A? Do we go back to B? What's the play here, guys? Looks like they get a tick on A as well, so making good progress on both. We've got about a minute left, and you've really got to start looking in this instance. You're not getting extra time for a tick, so you've got to look for a full cap on one of these hills, or just a super aggressive TDM. And only a 5-kill advantage right now. Definitely a dwindling lead. Time is not in their favor. We're back on B, looking for the second tick. Space himself is on the hill, finds one in solo. Looking for another as Little B rotates over, but the RP, actually, Little B switched to the Holger? Yeah, Little B switched to the Holger, picks up the kill there. We're 2 ticks in on both. The A-cap looks like it's about to happen.
All right, this is a big opportunity for Team Space. A couple kills going down, so the differential definitely dwindling. You only need that one tick, and one good push could get it for you, but it looks like they want to take topside control first. You got Vague just pre-ADS in that hop up for anybody that wants to make their way through. Concussion gonna hit, but it looks like they're just gonna, they might just go ahead and hop on the point for a second. This veteran looking for information on the top side. Vague's not going to be able to spot him out. He is able to get one. Turns to get the second. That's going to be a huge 2-piece. Life advantage continues to dwindle. Nobody there on B. They're going to lose the progress. They still have time to work with, but now it's life advantage Team Vague.
Enemy down.
All tied up, back and forth, and what was a big lead for Team Space is drifting away. But they swing it back. Marvel and Raballo each find a kill. Space gonna come through with the closeout kill. And round 1 goes to Team Space. It's not a confirmation, but it is certainly a step in the right direction of them finding their way back into a grand finals position against Team Washi once again.
I swear, there's the amount of rounds on Summit that come down to like 1 or 2 life difference is just absolutely ridiculous. Especially given like how big some of the gaps can get. It seems like Space. I don't know if Space thought the nade would go through the window or if he accidentally hit the crossbar, but he kind of stared at the nade as it fell down to his feet. They're going to look to play some defense right here, following up a big offensive win. Spots Tectonic, and it's going to be battle of the head glitches right here. See if the concussion can do anything for him. Unfortunately for Tectonic, SKS always going to be a one-tap to the head. Life advantage right here for Team Space, and it's going to completely flip immediately as now it looks like Team Vague going to look to put that pressure onto A.
All right, well, couple life advantage for Team Vague right here as they get in onto the A point. They get that first tick locked in, and you can see Tectonic anchoring down the hill for the team, looking to get some of that time, and this is why I think it's a big factor for time to be on the final scoreboard as opposed to just captures. Captures doesn't entirely make sense to me. And another thing that would be nice on the final scoreboard, something that we do have on the in-game spectator overlay, is that damage counter, right? We can look all day long at kills, but you could essentially end the game with 3 kills, 20 deaths and 35 assists and have, you know, 10,000 damage, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a big factor because confirmed kills are obviously important, but putting in the damage work is equally an issue. Oh, Solo seems to be lagging a little bit here.
Right now, the life advantage, not there for Team Space. It's operators coming out right now for Team Vague, and we might have back-to-back offensive wins. That's unfortunate time to lag if you're Solo. He gets taken down off of his Sparrow. Rabalo's gonna fly up to the top side, get another kill right there, and they're doing everything they can to avoid this B capture, but they got to worry about the lives as well. -3 right now, and they have to be so very careful. But they're going to get 2 taken down instantaneously, and back-to-back offensive rounds go in. I don't even know what to predict for this map anymore.
I think the offense has an advantage. Flat out, I've said it once. I'll say it again. I'll say it as many times as I need to. The high ground on Summit is an important spot to control, you know, not only for control, but even back when we had domination, right? Seaside was the strong side because you had access to the high ground early. So I think that's a big factor. I think that's something that, you know, you have to be ready to deal with. And it's certainly not easy to capitalize on the defense on this map. It's one of the few maps that I think advantage actually just flat out goes in favor of the offense.
Hasn't it been the opposite for most of the day, though? Do you think that's just an anomaly, or?
When we had Summit Dom, I said that we had an advantage on the Seaside, but it wasn't impossible to overcome, right? It wasn't as strong as a Control or a Crossfire or a Hackney Yard advantage. And I still think that stands to be the case. While the offense have a little bit of an advantage with that high ground early, it's definitely not something that you can't overcome if you're the defense. Good positioning, you can block off, you know, head glitching the little like filing cabinet at the bottom of the staircase inside can largely prevent a lot of the offensive rotations in. That's where we saw Tech and Vague capitalize in that last round. And, you know, that is kind of the one little bit of strategy point that you have on this map that you've really got to be paying attention to.
Well, right now the defensive team is tearing apart Team Space. It is a 10 life advantage, and it looks like that's not going to be changing anytime soon. No progress onto A or B, and it's going to be back-to-back rounds going in for Team Vegas. They now find themselves on the brink of entering into the grand finals. A little bit of a slow start to the day, as this is the same team they were taken down by, but now only one more round needed to turn things around. We'll see if they can do it right here as Team Space does hop on over to the defensive side. Big nade for Solo off the start right there. They come out guns blazing, 4 straight kills. Not a single one in the feed right here for Team Space.
All right, well, big advantage for Team Vague off the rip. Obviously, they've got the life advantage, they've got the round advantage, and you know they could certainly be looking for that grand finals position. Again, the immediate difference is what, $800, $700 for third place and $1,500 for second place, and you know potentially what $2,500 for first. Is that the way the breakdown goes?
Yes, that's correct.
So yeah, there's a lot on the line on this one map. Making the comeback happen is a must-have for the side of Space. They've obviously taken what was a 7 life advantage and turned it around. It's now at least only 1. They have stopped the A capture. Got a big opportunity to go into round 5, and again, we've already seen both these teams win on the offense, as well as we've had some defensive wins throughout the day. This is such a close match. This one is like looking to come down to the wire. Looking like we might get the A cap to come through. That's going to extend our time. That is going to fill up our potential for TDM and that is likely how this round will come to an end. Is TDM.
Right now, we got Space in an interesting spot. He's taken like a minute and a half to get all the way pushed up on this flank. It hits one tag and gives away his position, and by the time he gets up here, his team's at a 4-life disadvantage, and there's just not a whole lot for you to work with. And you can get spawned on top of. Vague's running around trying to find him right now. Space is going to be able to find one, but immediately gets traded out, and it ends up being all for nothing. Is now Team Vague on the brink of closing this one out. 7-life advantage. They got people hopped on B as well. And everything going the way that they need it to. Is Solo going to be able to win at what shouldn't have been a possible gunfight on the inside of Control Center? 1 life remains. Tatio's going to be able to find one for his team. No operators to work with, but Solo hits the big flank, finds Tatio, and it's going to be Team Vague now moving on to the grand finals.
Well, definitely a big round win for Team Vague there. Does secure the 2-1 victory. And that is, kind of back to what we expected, right? I mean, we were largely thinking that there was a possibility that we were going to get the 2-1 victory for Team Vague in the very first round. They fight their way through the losers bracket. They come back for the rematch up against Team Space. And, well, they find themselves in the grand finals. They find themselves with a minimum of $1,500 to the team. I mean, what, $300 a person for, at least for the victory here? And they have a chance to grab that first place position, which would be, up to, what, $500 a person? So tons on the line right now for Team Vague. And, big shout out to Team Space. They had a solid performance here today. Good run.
Yeah, came up a little bit short. I don't know if it was maybe... I think it might have been maybe Team Vague underperforming in that first matchup, maybe more than it was Team Space overperforming, but definitely felt like both teams had kind of issues they were trying to work through, and Team Vague just was able to come out on the stronger side. And that is going to lead us into our grand finals, and that is going to be a best of 5 to finish things out. I know you guys were all wondering, yes, NYSL did win map 1. Their hopes are alive for making it to CDL champs. We do have our final updated bracket that we'll throw up on the screen real quick.
For CDL or for this?
No, for this.
I'm just kidding.
And Team Washi versus Team Vague. It will be a best of 5. Winner takes home 3,000. Second place, 1,500. Not too bad. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah, I did say that. Wait,
is it 3,000 for first?
2,500, 1,500 for second. Okay, I was like, wait, that adds up to more than 5,000.
Bobby almost giving away too much money here.
Well, we'll see what they can do right here as we're waiting for our teams to get loaded in. Obviously, we got to get our map picks and bans, so once we have those, we'll be good to hop in the action. So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back to hop into it. All right, guys. Well, we got most of our players loaded in, and we have all of our bands in place. So we'll go ahead and run through those real quick. Firing range is going to be map 1, Summit map 2, Takeoff map 3. If we go to a game 4, it'll be Raid, and if we go to a game 5, it will be Slums. So we don't have any Crossfire. We don't have any Crash. We don't have any Nuketown. That is a W in my book. Taking a look at the weapon selections for each of the teams. Nothing too surprising. We do have Washi on the shotgun, Blur on the SKS, Bolu on the LMG, Envy on the AR, Slothy on the SMG. That has been pretty much the standard for them. And we are currently waiting on Vague's picks, or Team Vague's picks. Once we have those, we should be good to hop into everything. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And we're waiting on Solo to join back for Team Vague, I believe. And we're waiting on Day to come back for Team Bobby. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to watch the CDL champs at the same time as well, so please excuse my distraction. There's Solo, final player loading in. And I believe once we got our map picks, or not our map picks, our weapon picks in, then we should be good to go. We do have bans on the Annihilator and the Sparrow as well.
This should be a pretty good game. I mean, this is probably the final I think everybody expected to see. Maybe not the path we expected to see them get here, but overall, I would say can't complain about the turnout for the event today. I think a lot of teams that we underestimated played very, very well. And, you know, you got to give them credit where credit is due, right? So Team Space, you know, don't think too poorly upon yourself. I think you guys had possibly the most difficult road, largely because of, again, playing with 2 players with a substantial ping disadvantage. But you know what? You guys had a great run. I'd be very proud of yourselves.
They definitely did. That being said, these are two teams that we predicted would be here, so we're not entirely insane.
It's almost like you and I have casted before and have a good idea of what players are gonna pop off and which ones aren't. I mean, to a degree, right? Everybody has their on days and their off days. Sometimes you get surprised, and you know, Jez coming through with the sick 86 Raiders.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Wait, aren't you about to play, Jez? I appreciate it.
I think Space rated earlier too, but I think we were.
Well, Space rated because his T was done, I think.
Yeah.
Or wait, was I tripping? Oh, Jez has to leave and wants to know if they can get a sub. I mean, I'm fine with it.
Oh, yikes.
Can they get a sub quickly? I don't see any way they get a sub that
Team
like
Washi.
I don't see any way they would get a sub that would be like better than Jez, because all the people that well, not necessarily better, but I would say like a lateral movement. They pick up Marshy.
Oh, we do get to see Marshy compete today.
All right, the one tribe player that was not in the matches yet. He'll hop into the action and see if he can help Team Vague snag a victory.
Definitely doable. I would say I don't think of Marshy as like necessarily the same level of Slayer that we would expect out of Jez, but Marshy, a incredibly solid all-around player, so not a bad pickup.
I'm assuming he's gonna take. Okay.
I would think so.
He takes the SMG. Yep, that was kind of what we expected.
That is where Marshy has excelled the most, is in strong SMG metas. So probably see a little bit of GKS. We'll probably see a little bit of CBR out of him. And I think it's a good play out of Team Vague with a last-minute issue.
All right. We got everybody ready up. We should be good to go at Ronin. And no ping, no party.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready?
All right.
Must have got East
Sam with the
servers
19
and not
rupees.
West
Appreciate
server.
it.
No, just kidding.
The game does not want to take me out yet. Hopefully,
it takes a second sometimes.
Don't stay here forever. Still stuck. Oh, there we go. All right. You're not in the match yet, right?
No.
All right, just had to make sure.
No, sir. When it does that, the bug where it takes a long time to get back to the lobby, all of the spectators take a long time to get back to the lobby.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Attempt number 2. Probably somebody had the wrong operators on, if I had to guess.
Let's look. See if we have anybody with wrong operators. More Death Machine than I ever expected to see. And listen, I did say earlier that Death Machine is pretty strong on firing range. That was more so in a if you have limited operators. But you know what? More power to him. Death Machine for Envy, Washi, and Bolu. And then you've got a Gravity Vortex for Blur and 1 Purifier for Team Washi. And that's going to be in the hands of Slothy. Look over at the opposition, and we have 5 Purifiers. Why? Because grossly overpowered.
You are not wrong on that one. It's going to be a surprising amount of B control going in off the start for Team Washi right here. Looks like that second take going to go through. We've hardly seen any B captures all day, so the fact that they've got this much progress and looks like it's pretty much locked in at this point is definitely a good sign for them. Right now, they're going to look to push through. Obviously, you don't want to push through that little tunnel, and you got Marshy up in the top of tower that you got to deal with right now. And with that being the case, probably best option is just try to wrap back toward wood, because right now you got to deal with top 10 and top tower. There's just not a whole lot to work with. Looks like they're going to do that exact thing. Envy peeks the backside, finds the opener, softens up the defense a little bit. Solo is there, and he is still running that tomahawk, sticking to it like a madman. Who's on the shotgun? Is it Washi? I think they said Washi was going shotgun, right?
Holger for Vague, sniping for Little B.
Whoa.
AR for Tech, SKS for Solo, CBR sub for Washi, and for the side of Team Marshy. And then for the side of Team Washi, you've got Envy on the Kilo, so ARs. You've got Washi on the R9. You've got Blur on the SKS. You've got Bolu on the Holger. And you have Slothy coming through with the sub. So, it's going to be a sniper versus shotgun battle. Solo, what did I just
it's not over yet.
What did I just see a 2-piece with a kilo?
Maybe. Wait, why is that surprising?
Because the other option is the SKS?
Oh, like the kilo sniper.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I never thought I'd see the day. Oh, a little quick scope iron sights right there. Getting some progress over here on 8. Are we seeing a complete flip? Are we now going to see the offensive side winning everything? We also already see a take go in. Solo catches one, crossing with the kilo. Man's an absolute madman with it, apparently. I've not seen anybody use this. Oh, the headshot! I literally haven't seen anybody use this since, what's his face used it in Mole Man. What's that guy's name? He didn't even play anymore.
Vibin used it, and then the other one was...
something with an O. I think it ends in an O. Cello? Velo.
Velo, Forsaken, and Vibin had used it. And then for the girls, we've seen Artemisa use it a lot. This is the first time I've seen Solo come through with it, and homie is making it look easy.
I mean, he's got more streaks than anybody else right now. Oh my gosh, the double quick scope on the blur right there. That was absolutely disgusting. What am I watching? Forget about the SKS. The kilo bolt action is the meta. I'm just kidding, guys. This thing sucks. He's just really, really good at this video game.
He just tries too hard.
True. And we got Little B not even run the DLQ. He's sticking with the Locust. Like his life depends on it. Right now he's got a Marshy on the back side of this wall. It's so crazy to me that that's the Locust he likes. I feel like there's so much distracting, unnecessary stuff. And Washi slides on out, able to find 2 right there before getting taken down. It is life advantage for Team Vague right now. Somehow, some way, the offensive team finding themselves up in back-to-back rounds.
All right, well, I can't understand why we're seeing Solo rock the kilo, but you know what? He's 12 kills deep in the second round, make it 13. Oh, poor hit marker. He's top fragging with a kilo. I just realized how much he's popping off. Literally top fragging with... oh, wait, no. Blur's got 6. I lied. Top fragging for the team with the kilo. Still impressive. Still impressive when your teammates are Marshy, Tech, Little B, and Vague.
They just got to find one kill. They find that one onto Washi. And back-to-back offensive round wins. I have no analysis for you guys anymore. I have no predictions. There is no way of knowing what is going to happen on any of these maps. You just got to sit back, watch, and enjoy as the bolt action kilo. I'm not going to call him the king because there are other people that I've seen that have dominated with it for a long time. But man, oh man, Solo is in the zone right now as he finds 2 with the purifier as well.
Does one go into the flow state with the kilo?
Oh, you can go into the flow state with anything.
Snipers.
No, you can do that with anything. You can go into the flow state with a freaking pistol. He might very well end up doing it. Oh my gosh. Might go into the flow state with a tomahawk. Not gonna be able to find that one. It does find the follow-up with the kilo though. Bolu's absolutely terrified for his life. See the concussion right there, but he'll back up. And it's going to be tough to get any progress up. Finally, Bolu takes him down right there. As they're going to look to get some progress onto A. They do have the life advantage. +3 right now. Marshy going to be forced back. And once the concussion runs out, might look for a chow. But Slothy's gotten pushed up on that opposite side. Tectonic's got to take him out. He's able to do that. But it does look like the A progress going to go through. Right now... if you are Team Vague, best option more than likely going to be to sit back and try to guard B. This is so confusing because there are multiple UD and Tri players on both teams. I'm getting them mixed up nonstop.
Vague and Washi are the only 2 important players in this match.
Yeah. I guess so. Easier said than done.
At least as far as remembering who's here.
Yes.
I wish they would both be in like the first slot for their team though. That would be incredibly helpful.
Well, the defense back on the winning side right now is Marshy's going to be able to pick up a couple. Little B's sitting back, that sniper in hand. They don't need to push anything. Bolo gets the information, but not going to be able to get the kill. And right now with a 6 life advantage, no progress onto B, should be pretty winnable. Little B's going to be able to land the quick scope onto Bolu. Doesn't hit Slothy on the first or the second right there. Solo gets taken down as well. And now you got to start being a little bit more cautious. It's been pretty aggressive despite the advantage that they have right now. And if you're Team Vague, you don't have any reason to be pushing anywhere. They're just running willy-nilly all over the place. Solo not going to be able to hit that one. Does follow up onto Slothy. Oh, the shot onto Washi as well, and that'll seal the deal. 2 lives remaining in 10 seconds. Nothing to work with if you're Team Washi. And now it is going to be Team Vague on the brink of taking game 1.
All right, well, keep in mind, guys, this is a best of 5, so definitely going to be a long one here. I fully expect this one to at least get 1 extra map, right? I don't think this one ends in 3. Again, Team Vague have made a great comeback. Solo right now, 21 kills deep, only 2 kills behind Slothy for the top frag, and again doing it with the iron sight kilo, something that we don't see a lot of, but in the right hands can obviously be a devastating tool to use. And this is kind of what I mentioned earlier, just on a little different front, where you know, we were talking about the SPR, right? Do we see an opportunity where a team goes double sniper? And we're getting it right here, right now. We've got the Locust for Little B, we've got the Kilo for Solo, and this is about as close to double sniper as you can get. Oh, Solo! Oh my goodness!
I think everybody's just dead set on proving me wrong about anything that I say today. Do you think there's any chance we see a non-SKS come out? Nah, it's not worth it. And then Solo comes on out. He's sitting on 22 and 15 with one of the worst bolt action marksmen in the game. Not going to be able to hit that one.
Not only that, but you were like, you know, if you were sniping and not using the DLQ, you're basically throwing. And here we see the Locust. So.
Well, that's why they're the pro players, and I am not. Little B. Exactly. Takes down Blur right there. They've got the life advantage. I believe, what would this be? 3 rounds in a row, and it looks like it's going to happen. Somebody hops onto B to try to get some of that progress. They don't really need to. They can just afford to play TDM, and with only 1 life remaining, no options for Team Washi. It's going to be Team Vague going big in game 1, especially toward the end, looking dominant.
I think early on, you know, Team Vague was our predicted strongest team. Took them a little bit to get going, granted. I mean, I think that's a fair statement that you definitely have to make. But, you know, took them a little while to get rolling, but now they are looking absolutely on fire. So definitely an opportunity where they could come away with some big bucks in their pocket for the weekend. Again, this is a difference of $1,000 for the team from first to second place. So everybody going home with 500 for the winning team. Everybody going home with 300 for the losing. And then obviously third place was 700 and fourth place was $300. So everybody made some money today, guys. The longer you play, the more you make. And right now, Team Vague, they're on a good run to possibly have themselves a nice chunk of change. And it's up to Team Washi. You know, they were able to capitalize earlier on some big strategies, and that was their kind of saving grace. But man, how often do you see Bolu end a 4-round control game with 9 kills on board? Just not his game.
Yep. And you know, sometimes it takes a little bit to get into a rhythm, so we'll see if they can bounce back right here. At this point, I can't even remember which of these teams is just finished playing which of these maps. I think it was Team Vague that... Wait, was it? No, everybody's leaving the game anyway, so it doesn't matter. But they've definitely got the momentum right now. Once again, I think this is a very similar... It could be similar to what we saw in the first Summit S&D that we saw for UD. I feel like Solo is a very streaky player, and when he dominates with something, he just goes crazy. So we saw him like absolutely tear through everybody, not miss a shot with the R9. I'm curious if that was a similar effect right there in that first match, and maybe we see him slow down. I definitely think that he has a very good chance of popping off here again, but on a smaller map like Summit, it's definitely going to be tougher to do. But he was also using it like a shotgun, so like I don't even know.
I do have to at least throw out there that I think it is going to be difficult. Summit is already a map that is hard to capitalize on a sniper, let alone two. So I would think Solo probably not playing Kilo here, probably playing SKS, and if he doesn't, he's probably throwing. So we'll see what happens. We did see some nice quick scopes, but that's obviously not going to be as consistent as the SKS can be on a map like this, right? So I think that's something to at least make note of. And as we finally get into the game, we'll see what he's running. Kilo.
It's the Kilo.
All right. Listen, stick to it, bud. Prove it. Prove it.
I think this first engagement probably going to tell the tale if he hits a headshot on the Slothy. There's two weak players down below for Team Washi as well. 3 kills to open up for Team Vague. And man, oh man, what a start. You talked about, you felt like the offensive side has the advantage on this one. It's definitely looking that way right now, as it's 8 kills that go in before we see 1 go in for Team Washi.
And I still don't think it's like a huge advantage that the offense has consistently. But yes, again, if you're able to get into that high ground, you can capitalize. You can just as easily, if you lose out on some gunfights, you can get trapped from getting in that building at all by the defense. So it's all about positioning. It's all about some good rotations. Good rotation out of Washi right there is going to pick up Solo. But still, the 8-kill advantage is, I guess, dwindling a little bit for the side of Team Vague. But still in a great position. They just got to get a cap here. 1 tick is all that is needed on A, or they have 2 minutes to pick up 15 kills. But what was a 10-kill advantage is down to 2.
Vague was on a 5 spree, wasted his pred missile, got swung around the corner, loses his 5 spree as well. And we could have a spawn trap going right here if we're not careful. The drone's gonna go up. It doesn't look like we're gonna have the push come through, but Washi's now running through their spawn, or no, Tectonic's running through their spawn to take 1 down. And what was a complete blowout is now basically a tie game. The one thing you do have to take into account, can't give up that 1 take onto A, and especially with a big feed going in, it's not going to take very long. They've got to push through right now, and with 100 rounds in your holder, all you got to do is pre-fire the doorway. Perfectly played by Team Vague, and they take round 1.
All right, well, that offense advantage got a little bit sloppy there for a second for the side of Team Vague, but they are able to come through with the victory. And it did drop down from a 10-kill advantage to 1 at one point. So I think that's at least notable for this matchup to talk about. Now, as we get into the next round, we'll have to see if we can capitalize on the side of Team Washi. You do not want to fall behind against Team Vague, even if it took them a little bit to get going. Obviously, they still have plenty of fuel left in the tank. And right now, a couple kill advantage for the side of Team Vague.
Oh,
6 kills
man.
Up.
Tech's on a 5 spree right now, and he's trying to put him in the spawn trap. He gets tucked away into a nasty hiding spot. They're gonna... Oh, Washi reads it perfectly, and bad timing for Tech. He loses the spree right there. Vague's gonna drop on the top side as well. Life advantage on the defensive side, but it is definitely dwindling, and Tech gets caught out of position. The boxing gloves still takes down Bolu right there. bobbing and weaving, and now the life advantage back up to 7, make it 8. No progress on either spot right now, and Team Washi has just been going through it the last few rounds. I think 3 rounds in a row on that firing range, and now looking like it's going to be 2 rounds in a row here on Summit, as they have not been able to find their footing.
All right, well, again, this is a best of 5, not one that we want to see over in 3. Solo found a nice little snipe on to Bolu there, but Blur is able to come through with the refrag, rocking that SKS. As far as kills in the lobby right now, guys, top frag for the side of Team Washi is Washi himself with 10 on board. Hit marker for Solo, but gets the finish. 10th kill for him, drops down, gets taken down by Envy. But you've got Marshy up on 14. You've got Vague on 13, Tech on 11, and Team Vague are absolutely frying here. No matter how long it took them to get going, they are in a great position to continue pushing this advantage forward.
Yeah, right now, struggles across the board. The exception of Washi, nobody able to... I mean, obviously, the game doesn't only come down to KD, but when you're playing pretty much TDM on Summit, that's a pretty big chunk of it. And right now, when you're at that much of a disadvantage, it's no surprise to see this game going the way that it is. Washi slides through. That's a clean shot onto the pre-firing Vague, but it's still Solo hitting those quick scopes with the Kilo bolt action. Once again, obviously, not a map that's built quite as much for it. They are going to be on the offensive side, and Little B pulling out the Purifier. He's only got 6 kills on the board, but that is the cost of using a sniper on a Summit respawn. So Life's gonna go ahead and even up. Washi doesn't realize he's about to be met by a Purifier. Information likely relayed, but now Little B gonna be able to reposition right here, and Sniper's gonna come out, but should have information to find another. Takes down Blur, looking to put him in the spawn trap once again. Bolu doesn't realize who's behind him. Hit marker on the first, doesn't hit the second, and gonna take the boxing gloves to the face, but his teammates still holding things down as they now sit at a 6 life advantage.
All right, well, Team Vague can be looking to close out this Control Summit in 3. Still got Solo popping off with the Kilo, being kind of a menace to the enemy players here. Washi is going to, however, rotate in, takes him down. He's got a 7-kill lead. And we've got to see Team Washi capitalize big time here. Again, team strategy was the big call for them earlier, but let's go ahead for a quick listen-in with Team Vague, even if it's a short one.
Yeah, hold up, slow down.
Yeah, use drone. Yeah, I'm using I just spawn. Yeah. Bro, they're so fucking ass.
Yo, okay,
right here. I'm gonna attack for them together. I'm just gonna attack. Let over your fucking raw.
Yo, tag mid, please.
Mid, yeah.
Like mid,
right there. There you go.
Yo, you're there, motherfucker, man.
He's on the mid step, so I thought you tagged.
Bro, Bolu is fucking cocked. Bolu's fucking cocked.
That was a vague listening if I've ever heard one.
Listen, it is so funny to have 9 players in this game that to a degree share teams, right? Like Little B is kind of the odd one out, right? He's on Mayhem. The rest of the teams are basically Tribe and UD, and it's funny to jump into the listen-ins and them just straight up talk about how bad their teammates are.
It was, I mean, I think Bolu did have a good final round, but once again, just across the board, negative. Somebody said, you got to scroll. Oh, you got to scroll to see the last people on the scoreboard. Okay, so people aren't leaving the lobby. It's just bugged. Okay, that's good to know.
That is good to know.
Obviously, when the game mode is part TDM and your whole team's negative, there's just not a chance that you're going to win there. And especially on a map like Summit, when you're able to turn it into TDM so much of the time, if you play it correctly, you got to find a way to pick up more kills. And right now, it doesn't seem to be in the cards for Team Washi. Now, that being said, we've seen Bolu lead teams to a reverse sweep many times before. They're going to have to pull off a crazy one right now as we get ready to hop into Game 3.
Yep, you are absolutely right there, and that was you know, chat's finally catching up. That what hell of a listening. But yeah, a good laughs chat for you guys, for us. And you know what? We're getting into our third game of the series. This is one earlier that I said, you know, we're certain to see 4 games in this matchup, and right now it's not looking like it. I mean, Team Vague, I mean, they just want this to be over, and you can feel that through the comms. You can feel that through the play. They want that money. They want the bag, Bobby.
They want the bag. It looks like they're well on their way to getting it, as they already sit at the life advantage right here. Solo is sticking with that kilo bolt action. I respect the mess out of it. He's going to hit marker onto Sloth. He won't be able to hit the follow-up. Right now, we know how difficult it is to capture that B zone on this map. That's going to be the tough task for these teams, as right now it is going to be Team Washi on the offensive side. No major progress onto either point, and as expected, the difficulty of getting that push up, how far away that objective is from your spawn, making things difficult. Right now, Washi on the flank, that could potentially make the difference. He does find the opener onto Marsh. He finds Solo as well. And a little bit of map control can go a long way, as they do get some of that progress onto A, but the tough task ahead, still that B zone.
Yep, you are absolutely right, and right now the 4-kill advantage is in favor of the side of Team Washi, so maybe they're able to come through and capitalize on a couple of these rounds, because, you know, again, they were the one team that we actually saw have a offensive victory on Takeoff earlier, and that is not an easy feat, especially at this level of competition. It was on the back of a full send B push that got 4 of their players in on the hill. And while they certainly could capitalize on that once again, that is not an easy push to make. Again, it was a lot of moving pieces that just happened to work out for them. And, well, they've got to do it again now if they want to stick around in the competition here. And I don't see it being easy at all, even though Team Vague have been a dominating force. I certainly believe in what Team Washi can accomplish. Now it's their time to come through and prove it.
Yeah, can't give up any kills. Bolu peeks the corner. Washi drops as well. And as expected, at least for this map, it's going to be the defense taking round 1. Unfortunately, right now, if you're Team Washi, not only are you down 0-2, but you have the fewest defending rounds as well. So it's going to make it that much more difficult to get a win. You'd expect they probably get at least 1 right here, as they do play the defensive side. I don't think we've seen an offensive win, maybe 1 so far. I think it actually was Team Bolu that was able to get it up against Team Pepe. So anything is possible, but definitely a really rough spot to be in.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. And Little B actually finding a little bit of momentum here. Does have the sniper in hand, getting a couple kills on board. He's got 7, not quite top frag for the lobby, but definitely in a good spot, at least compared to some of the previous matchups. And he's not horribly far behind top frag. I mean, we do have Envy and Blur on 11. Bolu, I don't know what's going on there today. I mean, Bolu is not someone I typically see bottom frag. I mean, every once in a while he does, but when he does, he's usually got good objective time. And, well, this has been pretty consistent for him all day to be pretty low on the kills, which is just not what we expect out of him, right? I think one of the things that I've said about Bolu in the past is typically he can step up with whatever the team needs him to have going at any time. And right now, the team needs slaying power. Right? So, you know, hopefully for their sake, he's able to get things rolling, because, again, a lot of money on the line, not a matchup we expected to see over in 3, and one that currently, at least, looks like 3 is quite possible. They did come through with a round win on the defense, but it was close at that. And, you know, now here we are on the defense for them now, and did I say that backwards? Yeah, so they came through with one on the off.
It's just... I don't even know anymore. Okay, this round. This round, Team Washi is in the lead for lives. All right, that is good to know. They're getting A captured. It's, I mean, right now it's kind of the envy show for them. He's on a 2KD. Over on the flip side, it's still solo top right. I just can't believe what I'm seeing out of him. But defense, maybe. Wait, so his offense won every time? I don't even. I can't even remember where I am right now. I don't know what's happening.
I do think the offense has won both rounds of this.
Okay.
Which is unusual.
Okay. Am I dropping frames?
Possibly.
Apparently it's just YouTube.
Alright, well. Trovo better anyway, right?
Yep.
Alright.
Factual.
Slothy and Envy, totaling for 3 there. Definitely a bit of a spree for the side of Team Washi, and they definitely need it here to get to a round 4 and possibly a round 5 of this best of 5. Got a 5 life advantage. Got some progress on the beat. It's 1v1 on the hill. Right now, Bolu coming through for a big kill, but eventually gets refragged out by teammate Marshy. Blur, I can't believe I just watched you spray all 3 of those gravity vortex shots into just flat out oblivion. What was that?
Okay, I think he was trying to spawn trap them with the gravity vortex, and I think it actually like low-key worked because I saw somebody spawn into it. But if he had spaced it a little bit more, it probably would have been a lot more effective. That being said, wow, what a feed right there for Team Vague. They do have Bolu finding 2. 3 life advantage. Defense, all you got to do is sit back and play head glitches. Especially if you got snipers, you don't need Little B running around trying to quick scope everybody. You've got some positioning to work with. I don't know why they don't have anybody on that little booth head glitch, but Tectonic can be able to find 1, make it 2 right there. The lives dwindling on both sides. And right now, Team Vague looking like they've got a good chance to close this one out. They were at a disadvantage before. They completely take it out right there, and then as expected, they get the win on the defensive side.
That's a bit more of the norm of what we expect for this matchup. It's not something that we've seen a ton of. I mean, it could also just partially be all of these players are like, oh my god, we played so much control today, and things are just getting a little bit loose. I certainly believe that could be a factor. And, well, off the bat here, it is a 3-kill advantage coming through for the side of Team Vague. Not super easy to do, but definitely something possible at this level of competition.
Well,
Bolu may be starting to turn up a little bit here. I've seen him getting some good kills these past couple rounds. He's up to 11, so one of the better rounds of control out of him so far today.
Yep, I saw him, I think last round, he had a couple feeds as well, so trying to keep his team in it. They're still at a life disadvantage right here, and it is going to be Team Vague, at least as far as lives go, winning on the offensive side. Tectonic able to take down Slothy before getting traded out by Washi. Not any big progress, and they've got to find some here as clock relatively low, only 27 seconds remain right here. They get 1 player to hop on. Tough place to defend, and Slothy comes soaring from above like a phoenix with flames coming out of his mouth. Able to get 3 in the feed. Washi able to find another one right there. Shotgun to the top side of the stairs, takes down Little B. And that life advantage has basically completely disappeared, and especially with nobody pushed up in position to be able to get to control, it's going to be tough. But Tectonic gets 2, Marshy gets 2. They're going to sprint on over, and with players spawning back, they might be able to get this capture through.
Definitely looking doable. We've got a 3 life advantage on the side of Team Vague. All they need to do is close this round out. It will be over. Time is dwindling away, though. This has been an intense game. Time runs out. Nobody able to get the touch onto the hill. That is a huge, huge performance coming through for the side of Team Washi to close that one out and not lose their lives. And now, last round, defense in favor of Team Vague. We've definitely seen Team Washi capitalize on a fair number of offensive rounds on this map specifically, and they've got potential to continue to grow. Again, guys, there's an extra $1,000 on the line for the winner of this series. Blur. Oh my god, somehow he gets the kill on Little B, but this just random full spray of the gravity vortex just feels so weird to me. There's like no thought process in using it. It's just, I've got it, I'm gonna spray it. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It might just be because of the way control works, and with fixed spawns, he hopes that he gets some big value out of it.
He wasn't in the spawns.
Oh,
he's just.
Well, then I don't have an explanation for it. I just assumed he was doing that. Marshy looking like a demon back here, playing defense, able to take down one, goes untraded. Washi not able to find him. Gives some of that information. Washi taken down. Trades left and right, but life advantage still going the way of Team Vague. It looks like Team Washi might be able to get some A control right there. I don't think Marshy saw Washi, but he's definitely going to be able to get the kill. And now looking to set up a spawn trap right here if he can potentially take down Envy, which he does too. A, not fully captured, and it seems like they just don't realize Marshy's over here, and oh my gosh, he's bullying them. Finally gets taken down, but not before the 4 life advantage appears. Solo not having quite as much success right now with the Kilo bolt action. He's gonna be able to stay alive, trying to get more value out of that purifier. Rough spot to call it in at, but the trophy going to save his life, and trying to capture B with a life disadvantage on this map is not going to be an easy task. Blur's going to get taken down by Solo as well, and you got to think that 7 life advantage should be enough to seal things.
Yeah, one would certainly think, and if Team Vague are able to close this one out 12-3, then they are going to walk away with the 3-0 victory in the grand finals. They're going to grab themselves a $2,500 cash bag, and the final kill does come through. Team Vague have done it. They fought their way back through the losers bracket, find themselves a win. And, you know, again, I was kind of shocked at the beginning when Team Space took them down. It did take this team a bit more time to get rolling, but they finally get it under their belt, and they come through with the win. This is the team that we predicted early on would have the best chance of winning. They were able to capitalize in the end.
And even with the last minute substitution, you got Jez subbing out, Marshy subbing in. Marshy was definitely not a bad substitution to have, as he goes 32-20 in that final game. 5 objective captures as well. He and Tech, the kings of the objective, and they combine for a pretty solid KD. Is the sniper and the Kilo bolt action slowed down a little bit at the end, but that's to be expected. Across the board, solid performances for everybody on both teams. I think the fact that Team Vague was able to lose in round 1 and come all the way through the losers bracket to win here in the grand finals, definitely impressive. And that's gonna wrap up the event for the day.
It was fun though.
It was fun. I wasn't expecting a 3-0 in the grand finals, but you know what? It's okay because NYSL already won, so I don't get to watch any of it. But NYSL's winners finals, woo! All right. I think that's going to wrap things up for the event. I appreciate everybody for hanging out. Hopefully, we showed people a little bit more about Control, and people will have fewer questions whenever Stage 4 arrives about a month from now across all of our different regions. So if any of your friends ever ask you, hey, how is Control played? Just tell them to come watch this stream, and hopefully they'll learn a thing or two. That's going to be it for the stream, though. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Day, thank you for casting with me. B, thanks for adminning. And Ronan.
Glad I got to be here for it.
Everybody else, you guys are all...
We don't thank Ronan around here.
Well...
We do not thank Rollbot.
I take it back. Ronan...
He dragged the stream down.
Ronan, I take it back. Do better. Do better. But also, thanks for helping. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Drop a like, follow. We'll see you guys in the next one. And... And that's gonna be it. Adios.